Good morning. I call to order the GCC regular board meeting and workshop. 8/18/2026. I think it's about 10:50, so
That's
9:45. Okay. All right, roll call. Mr. Mark Anderson.
Here.
Mr. Harry Block.
Present.
Mr. Bruce Mandrake.
Present.
Mr. Jack Turner.
Present.
Lily Campbell present. Welcome, everyone. We will have the introductions of the interpreters at this time.
Good morning. My name is Julia Jimenez, and I am the Spanish interpreter for today's board meeting. If you would like Spanish interpretation during the meeting or need assistance at any time, I will be seated in the back of the boardroom. Please feel free to come see me before or during the meeting, and I'll be happy to assist you. Thank you. Buenos días, mi nombre es Julia Jiménez y soy la intérprete de español para la reunión de la mesa directiva de esta mañana. Si desea interpretación al español durante la reunión o necesita ayuda en cualquier momento, estaré ubicada en la parte de atrás del salón. No duden en acercarse a mí antes o durante la reunión. Con gusto le ayudaré. Muchas gracias.
Good morning, my name is Polina Morozova-Dayev and I am the Russian interpreter for today's board meeting. If you would like Russian interpretation during the meeting or need assistance at any time, I'll be seated at the back of the boardroom. Please feel free to come see me before or during the meeting and I will be happy to assist you. Thank you. Доброе утро, меня зовут Полина Морозова-Даев, и я являюсь русским переводчиком на сегодняшнем заседании Совета. Если вам нужен перевод на русский язык во время заседания или помощь в любое время, я буду находиться в задней части зала заседания. Пожалуйста, подойдите ко мне до начала заседания или в любое время во время заседания. Буду рада помочь вам. Спасибо.
Good morning. My name is Rita Ozurga, and I'm the Ukrainian interpreter for today's board meeting. If you would like Ukrainian interpretation during the meeting or need assistance at any time, I'll be seated at the back of the boardroom. Please feel free to come see me before or during the meeting, and I'll be happy to assist you. Thank you. Добрий ранок. Мене звати Ріта Озоруга, і я є українським перекладачем на сьогоднішнє засідання правління. Якщо вам потрібен переклад українською мовою під час засідання або будь-яка допомога, я буду знаходитись в задній частині зали засідань. Будь ласка, звертайтесь до мене до початку або під час засідання, і я задоволена вам допоможу. Дякую.
Thank you to our interpreters. Do we have public comments?
No public comments at
No
this time.
public comments today. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to our board members. Welcome to our administrative staff, to our officers, and to all of you. We are so proud to have you, and those who are watching us virtually. We say good morning to you and welcome. So, with that, we now move into our board agenda. And the first thing on the agenda is the superintendent's update, or the superintendent's opening, or the superintendent's next few hours.
Next few hours. Thank you, Madam President. Like that. I like it when it starts off with the superintendent's next few hours. So good morning, board. Madam President, members of the board, thank you so much for being here this morning and really helping us to kick off, I think, what will be a day full of information. Staff, we are going to work very hard to ensure that we stay on schedule, but we do have a lot of information to share with you today. And so I just want to walk you through a little bit before I get ready to start where we're going today. A lot of our work this morning is going to be, or at least for me, is really to set the stage collectively for you, the board, of everything that you're going to hear for the rest of the day. So here's what's going to happen. I'm going to give you a very high level overview of where we are as an organization. I'm going to talk about the organization's health. I'm going to talk about our culture. Ultimately, I want to return back to our why. Why do we do the work that we do every day? Ultimately, it's for those students. And then after I conclude my part, you're going to hear from Julia, who's going to talk about our communication strategy. What are we doing to not only communicate what the organization is doing, but also to communicate for marketing and enrollment purposes. So she will share that. And then Joy will lead after that to really talk about how we started the school year strong, the work that we did during the summer, which really I think is setting a very strong baseline for the work that is necessary this year. After Joy gets through, Laura is going to talk to us about our HR, our vacancies and our retention. Again, while it may feel like it's compliance, it really is part of the organization's strategic direction of where we are trying to go. Around midday, we'll have Mr. Premack, Eric Premack from the Charter Schools Development Center, who will come and give us a governance update as well as do our annual governance training. But Eric is also going to really walk us through what the landscape is for education in charter schools. After we have a recess, we will return and have a report on our EPIC oversight visit, as well as our annual update on our UCP and Title IX complaints. And then Omira will spend significant time walking you through the fiscal picture of where we are and how we are comparing against the work that we did. So I want to kind of go back to talking about where we started this work. It really started we can't afford batteries. Okay.
Is it
It really started. Am I hitting it the right way?
Is it on?
Is it on?
Oh, so I need to point this way. Okay, I'll go this way. It really started, and I thought that today was important to kind of reorientate the board as we have gone through over the course of the last 4 years of the work that we felt as a governance team was very important to move the organization forward. In the first year, which was our first phase, which was the 23-24 of our strategic plan, it really was, we were in the midst of transition, and our key work was to listen and learn. If you remember that first year of transition, it was no major changes. We want to listen and learn, see what the gaps are in the organization and how we can build the organization stronger. For us as a staff, that was our level up year, the year that we wanted to level things up as an organization. Then phase 2 really was what I call, this was the team up. It was about identifying and aligning. And during year 2, we did begin to identify some deficiencies in our system, and we began to build a culture of academics because that was extremely important. During that year, we brought on such departments as our college and career readiness department because we wanted to be intentional about that academic connection to higher ed. We brought on over in Joy's area in ed services, our professional learning department, because again, PD was important for us to be able. So it really became part of the academic story during the 24-25 school year. Last year really was about looking at students and being student focused, student centered, and student driven. And really during that time, it was how are we focused on the needs of students? How are we ensuring that they have the academic supports that they need to be successful? As we move into this year, we really are centering around how to be, as an organization, Gateway proud, which for us, that means what are we doing to build and sustain for the future? This has been kind of the board's 4-year, journey that we started way back here when we did our strategic plan, and we came up with the board's priorities of quality programs, human capital, strong fiscal systems. This is how staff has worked to implement it. And as we get ready to move into the next phase, it really will be this group, probably in our mid-year retreat, sitting down to begin to assess what the next 5 years should begin to look like for the organization. But for us, that's the main purpose. We want to remain focused on the needs of our students and the work that's ahead for them. So I want to talk a little bit. Okay. Sorry. Okay. So again, the focus really is our students. Some of the areas that I want to remind us is our core values as an organization, our core values of service, being student focused, excellence, responsibility, valuing people, integrity, collaboration, and empowerment. And then our strategic action framework. So this again is the funnel where our vision as a board, we have that is our portrait of a graduate. We move that to our enduring mission. One of the works that we have been doing is really trying to align our missions across so that, again, it's very clear what each of our schools offer, but understanding that our schools are part of GCC, our gateway. Then our strategic initiatives, that was your strategic plan that we did. If you remember, I believe it was Mr. Crocker who did that work with us. We will be looking at what's next for us in our strategic direction. And then our instructional action framework is the work that Joy is leading with the Ed Services Department of how do we take these big goals and actually turn them into instruction for our students. And then every year our principals and school sites are doing a school learning plan, which actually this year will also extend to our central office departments so that we are all modeling the learning and the excellence that we want to see. Our portrait of graduate remains the North Star of the organization, ensuring that we are preparing our students to be academically ready, college and workforce ready, life ready, global, productive, and reflective citizens. You probably have seen as you have visited various school sites, that is very prominent everywhere, and it's something that we really try to live by. These are the priorities that the board gave us in terms of we want to focus on learning, leadership, equity, well-being, opportunities, and engagement. And that's the work that you're going to see today as all of these presentations. So I want to just kind of walk us through a few of these, really what I call key data points that I think is very important for the board to know. And that is, how have we done academically over the course of the last 3 years? And so I'm proud to say we have seen continued academic growth in both English language arts and math. In 2023, we were at 26.7% of students scoring met or exceeded standards on the CAS. In 2025, we are up to 30.04, excuse me, and then 16.99 in math. That work really is the hard work of, yes, our school sites, but it's really having an aligned, structured ed services department that is beginning to dig in and focus on the data. For us, it's not just enough to say that we can create opportunities for our students. We must provide academic education, and that's the growth that we're beginning to see. The other area that I'm very proud and want to highlight is our chronic absenteeism rate is steadily and continuing to decrease. Again, that's work that is done from our ed services team, our student services department, as well as our community engagement team. Home visits, going to check in on those students who are, again, we don't want them to fall through the cracks. For us, we continue to look at addressing the key challenges of student engagement, family engagement, attendance, staff vacancies, but also new staff as we begin to look to build on that. For us, our enrollment and student growth continues to be an area that we feel very strong in, and it's an area of opportunity also. As we have now moved into this current school year, we're seeing where that opportunity moments will lie. And for us, some of that work you're going to hear from Julia when she talks about what is our marketing strategy, what is the work that we're doing. You're going to hear from Joy when she talks about how the first week of school, we actually have some data very early on to be able to make decisions and figure out ways that we can either increase, grow, or look to kind of push our schools for their enrollment targets. The other area that I want to just draw your attention to in terms of our ethnicity, we continue to see growth, but we're also dynamically becoming more diverse in various pockets of our schools. So overall, as an organization, we have remained fairly stable or fairly plateaued. But if you begin to dig into, you'll see that Futures has actually experienced a much more demographic shift than they traditionally have had. We're seeing small demographic shifts at COA. We're seeing, of course, demographic shifts at our SAVAs and CCCS. And so that work continues. And one of the things that we'll talk about as we move is some of that is our special populations. So we are serving more students now in SPED than we did in 22-23. And I'm going to stop right there and let that rest with you for 30 seconds. The needs of our student services department has become great. But board, I will tell you, this is the right work to be doing. This is what most charter schools are not doing. They're not serving this population at this level. And so this is one of those proud moments when I say we're doing the right thing. We are serving students that are not being served elsewhere. I would venture to say politically that we have found a very nice relationship with our district partners who constantly find ways to create their families, to let their families know we are an option and we're a choice. And so we continue to work very collaboratively in that fashion. Our college and career readiness. Again, this was a department that started out and I think the board was kind of like, okay, so what are they going to do? And I think even our principals have struggled with, well, what do they do? But I wanted to take a little bit of a glimpse into what they are doing. Just in terms of college and career readiness was something that a couple of years ago, we said that we wanted to kind of double down on. We wanted to make sure that our students had access to CTE programs as well as be ready for college. Well, we've gone even further and we begin to do dual enrollment courses for our students. So 22-23, we had about 90 students participating. Today, 269. And I would venture to say that as we go into this school year, we're going to have even more. That's huge. From a family standpoint, that little spot over there, college credits earned to 22, 23, 232. Last school year, we ended with 975 and growing. What I find interesting, those are dollars that are being saved on the families. Because all of a sudden, a parent is not having to pay for those. That's being done within the safety of their high school and within the safety of their programs. And so definitely at a later date, one of the other things that the board will see is that I'll be bringing back various departments to come and report fully on these areas. I'm just doing the splash for you, but our director of college and career readiness, Ashley Madden, will come back and do a full report to the board of the work that we are doing. We're looking at increasing our CTE pathway enrollment and even getting much more sophisticated about looking at the jobs market and how do we tie our CTE programming to what jobs are out there so that we know when our students are leaving us, they are going into the workforce, not only with the skills, but ready. So again, really excited that our dual enrollment participation has nearly tripled. Our classes have expanded significantly. And this is just work that we are really excited about. Our family engagement, and this work is our community engagement department here. Two of our interpreters are part of that department. Paulina here is our coordinator for that. And also, it doesn't take one department by themselves to do this work, to get to a place where we have 130 family events, where we have student satisfaction as well as family satisfaction of our programs and of our schools. But it also takes our student services department. So it's a team effort for them to work together. Deep has our home visitors, and then Paulina and her staff, they have our community engagement specialists, and together they're all working through to ensure that our families are getting these outcomes. Now for us, some of the things, board, that I want to draw our attention to is while we're seeing a small increase, 2.5 points, in our student satisfaction, we actually want to see more. And so that is some of the work that this year we're going to be intentionally doing with our Superintendent Student Advisory Council. How do we get you the tools as students to be able to begin to move our student satisfactory? While student satisfactory feels like it's not necessarily a big thing, for us it actually is, because if a student wants to go to our school of choice, then they're going to tell their friends, they're going to tell their, and they're going to help us kind of grow and build our school. So one of the things that Julia and I will be working on with the Superintendent's Advisory Council this year is how do we bring our kids into the place and space where they're helping to kind of say, how do we make the student experience better here? It may culminate in a student-ran conference where they bring in student leaders from across all of our schools and really begin to look at that. For me, I'm happy to see that number in terms of family satisfaction, but honestly, I want to get it 90% plus because that's how we do our job. The families have to be satisfied with our schools and with our programs so that they continue to come back. We're a school of choice, and so therefore we have to create those opportunities where our families want to be here. But board, these are very proud numbers, very positive momentum as we have seen growth over the course of the last 3 years. And then this is just another area when we talk about opportunities. So going back to the priority of creating opportunities engagement. We have grown in the number of field trips, and I know you see them on the board agenda and it's like, oh my, another field trip, but we've grown from 154 to 239. The way we see that is those are experiences that we're giving our students that they otherwise would not have. And so we're really proud of that work. We're sending our students on more college tours. We're sending our students to more places where they traditionally have not gone and have not experienced. We were honored to send a group of students and staff to Switzerland to be able to compete on the international scene. And actually, not only are they coming back excited, but they're also looking for ways to increase and grow their other students that are part of it. But most importantly, it's given our students community connections. It's given them opportunities. It's given them exposure. which are all things that we know will strengthen what's happening in the classroom. In terms of the organization, we have completed 7 of our 9 charters for renewals, which again, that feels like a small thing, but I will tell you, even up until Monday about 1, we were working on the next renewal that we'll be asking the board later today to approve the approval of the submission of the charter petition renewal to San Juan Unified. That's a lot of work. As you may remember, board, we had COVID and then we received all of these extensions. So before, when we were on a 5-year cycle, it was very easy to kind of say, okay, here's the data, let's keep going. But really, most of our renewals have been on a 7 or 8 year because of COVID. So we're having to go back and pretty much rewrite most of our petitions with new law. So it has been a significant heavy lift for staff as we've been working through that work. But really proud of that. We still remain the number of schools. We did see a small decrease in our number of campuses. As you know, at the end of last school year, we did close CCCS TK8 as we get ready to move into the next part of modernizing that facility. Those students have landed at higher learning, and in Omira's presentation, as well as Joyce, you're going to hear about how that has attributed to the growth at HLA. To have those students who were at CCCS actually stay within the GCC system, which was one of our primary goals in doing that. In terms of our staff growth, we ended last year at 931. In Laura's report, you're going to hear that, of course, we knew that the end of last year was right sizing the organization. So I believe we're about 800 and something now, as we have right sized the organization for budgetary purposes and reasons. So, but still very proud of where our growth is and that we remain strong as an organization. In terms of our financial health, this again is another key marker for the board to see that we have over the last 3 years continued to grow as an organization fiscally. We've increased our revenue. Obviously, we've increased our budgeted expenses, but we've also increased the amount of grants that we have received. And then our facilities work continues to be something that we are continuing to increase. Omira will get into the details of where our budget is, obviously, during her presentation. I want to talk just briefly on declining enrollment because it is truly a reality that not only is GCC experiencing, but education in general. The slide that you have here shows that statewide, there is a drop of about 80,000 students across the state. In the Sacramento region, that's about 9,744 students. Here's kind of where it's landing. Elk Grove had the largest gain, so Elk Grove Unified is growing. Twin Rivers and Sac City Unified are in a decline. Twin Rivers includes some charter-related shifts. One of the charters that they authorized, not Gateway Charter, but one of their charters that they authorized saw a significant decrease in their enrollment, and so that did impact the district. San Juan and Washington Unified's figures were not available, and San Juan is kind of remaining stagnant. What does that mean for GCC? Overall, it means that we are experiencing a very similar trend that our partner districts are. Key reasons: low birth rate, families leaving the state. For us, we did a lot of, or we received a lot of refugee families when the conflict in Ukraine opened up or started. As a result, what we're seeing now is what I call a leveling, and in some cases, a changing trend in that. And so we're being very cognizant to watch what's happening with immigration policies, because obviously immigration policies directly affect that for us. So while not the most cheerful part of my presentation today, but it is the most honest part, we are in a decline in terms of decline enrollment, but our decline in enrollment is kind of in sync with everyone else around us. What staff have planned is we're going to begin to work on strategies because we don't want to be like everyone else. We are a school of choice. So how do? We create, we innovate, we do new programs. We look for ways to distinguish ourselves to be different. thus, Julia will share some more information. So board, I want to bring these back to you just to let you know where we are in terms of right sizing the organization. As you remember, we visited these charts in February at our mid-year retreat. These were kind of some of the data points that was necessary for us to really dig into and look at as we begin to figure out how do we structurally protect the organization for future sustainability. Based on this data, the work that Omira and myself did was primarily around getting our school sites to zero-based budgeting. While that was a harsh reality to the school sites, it was the necessary reality for fiscal sustainability. As the board know, we brought a recommendation to you mid-year last year to utilize reserves in a temporary fashion to be able to not make mid-year cuts. We did do that, and then as we went into the summer months, we did right-size the organizations for sustainability. And so that's the work that was hard, but it's the work that was necessary for the organization. And so both Omira and I thank the board for your trust in that work that was necessary, as well as we do recognize that it was hard on our staff and our administrators. And so we publicly have been very much thanking them for their leadership, especially in this time as we rebuild the culture. So overall, you will see that our numbers in terms of our classified staff still remains a little bit high. But as we explained in February, that is truly due to like our ELOP programs, our special grants that utilize classified staff for after-school programming. Our certificated staff is coming back into alignment with our enrollment, which is where you want them. You want the teal line very close to the blue line because it means that you are staffed very close to your enrollment. So this is our percent change since 2019, 2020. So you see we're coming in closer there overall. CCCS obviously had the largest drop in terms of their classified staff, and that was primarily due to a school closure. And again, Omira will talk more about that. But right now, their certificated and their enrollment are where they should be. So CCCS is at the point of where it should be, clumped just like that. So that means that staffing and enrollment have came into sync at that school site, and Omira will share those numbers with you. This is CCCS High School and SAC Youth Center. Again, you're seeing that tightening there, which is where it should. And we did see some decrease in classified staff there. This is Connections Academy and Virtual Academy. One of the things I want to share with the board, and you'll get more information in Joy's report, and that is that the principal position or the principal leadership of Virtual Academy and Connections is under one administrator this year, which is Kayla Vermeulen. So she oversees all of our virtual programs. This is the growth over the last 2 years for Connections. Again, a lot of work is being done to really keep our eyes on that program to see how the enrollment continues to trend. This is COA. Again, some work that we need to do in part because enrollment has started lower than anticipated at COA. I know Assistant Superintendent DeCoy has been already working with them. They've started looking at their wait list. So I anticipate if I bring this chart back to you in a couple of weeks, that you will see that enrollment and staffing are where they should be for COA elementary and middle. Sorry. Okay. Epic, again, watching very closely as we have looked at their lower enrollment for their TK. And so we're very cautious to look at what's happening there. But again, I know that there is a plan, and you'll hear more about that and the work that we're doing with each of our school sites. Futures is one that we do continue to watch. We do have concerns in terms of what's happening there. And so we are continuing to do a little bit more of a deeper analysis into their enrollment trends, looking as far as how are we maintaining not only the COA to futures eighth graders, but how are we maintaining our HLA to futures eighth graders, so that we can kind of know a little bit more of what's happening with the futures pipeline. I know that on yesterday, Assistant Superintendent Elliott did meet with the futures principal to begin to have that conversation of, all right, we need to do a very deep analysis into this area. HLA, as we shared, has seen growth due to the fact of CCCS TK8, but also they've had just regular neighborhood that has happened at HLA. And so you're seeing, again, some increases. HLA, you'll see a little bit weirdness with their line. Their certificated staff over the last couple of years has been primarily supplemented by Scoot and swing subs. And so we're now beginning to hire our own staff there and kind of getting off of the dependence of the outside contracts for HLA. So really excited to begin to see that trend of our own certificated staff begin to fill those roles there. GIS, that is exactly where you want enrollment and staffing to be. So GIS has done, and again, you see their red line very high. That is their after-school program staff. That is their, that's not, you know, an extra number of custodians and things like that. That's their ELOP programming. But their staffing is exactly where you want it to be. GIS was the school site that we did the most budget work with because they were in a building project. So a lot of work went into that with Michael, Joy, and Deep over the course of the school year to ensure that that was solved. We're seeing promising looks at our SAVAs, just in terms of, again, the work that we did to right size. This is SAVA that is in Twin Rivers. Staffing and enrollment is right where you want it to be. SAVA Sac City, same thing. We're seeing the staffing and enrollment come into alignment, which is where you want it to be. And then the very same thing that's happening with SAVA Elk Grove. And so, again, you'll get more information on that. As I get ready to kind of move to the next part of this, a lot of our work, and this is kind of the work that we're trying to do with our staff, and that is, we understand that we have the waves, but we also have the tides. And one of the things that we are centering around this year is that the waves will come. The waves are the noise that pops up. It's the complaint. It's the thing that happens before you get your first cup of coffee. That happens. But our job is to keep the tide, the things that's going, what I call underneath, which is not a black screen. It's the teaching. It's the relationship. It's the systems that work. It's the daily job of our staff, certificated, classified, and administrators. That's that constant, quiet work that actually moves education forward. The waves of staffing, the waves of enrollment, the waves of budget pressures, the waves of compliance, the waves of operations will be there. And we're working every day to ensure. I'll give you one example that I have here in my notes that I want to make sure I share. With compliance, you're going to hear Eric later on share how much more compliance is coming on charter schools than ever. We have new auditing standards. We have new authorizer oversight standards. There is now even a statewide organization called the California Charter Authorizers Professional Association. And as we all know, anytime you create an association for something, new regulations are going to come down. So compliance is going to continue to be a wave that we ride. The way we ride it is by having strong systems, by having systems that are very transparent and have high integrity. And that's the work that Omira and the entire team is doing every day. For us, it comes down to this very thing. And this is something I want the board to know that staff is very committed to, and that is what we call visible integrity. We want everything that we do to be visibly integrity inside as well as outside the organization. Charter schools are under so much more scrutiny, and so the work that we're doing is going above and beyond to ensure that we are transparent and that everything that we do is very clear and that we communicate that even more clearly. So moving forward, these are some of the areas that we're looking at. We're looking within our Ed Services Department to really get to a high quality tier 1 instruction across our entire organization. Again, not at this meeting, but a future meeting, Assistant Superintendent Takoy will share with you how we're getting there, because that's important. If we are not doing the quality-based work, then we're not doing the work that we should be in the Tide. So that's a lot of work. Our professional learning, our data-driven decision-making, those are all the things that are important. Why? And we want to create systems of support for academic success, such as professional development, learning cycles of continuous improvement. These are all things that are important for us to continue to be the strong system and to take it to the next level. So here are the 3 priorities for the GCC administrators this year. Obviously, instruction is our #1 priority. That's the job, people. That's what we do every day. And so we're working very hard to ensure that we have quality instruction and that every GCC student has access to it. The second is culture. We do realize that culture is important. And so that is one of the areas that we're working very hard on this year. And then finally is engagement, whether it's family or community engagement. It's having ways that we maintain engagement. These are the 3 priorities that will be built on our evaluations as administrators, as well as the work that we're doing throughout the year. The other it's not one of our big major 3, but it is a goal this year, as we want to ensure budget discipline. And so that is the work that Omira and I are doing every day. It's that, you know what, we did a lot of hard work to right size the organization. We did a lot of hard work to create the strong budgets, but we need discipline to ensure that we don't have creep within it, so we don't find ourselves in this situation again. An example of budget discipline is we've already been very clear with some of our schools that their opening week numbers are not where they should. Omar and I have already said we'll be coming back to the table to have a discussion. And so that's really helping us to maintain the very thing that we need, which is budget discipline, which I know as a board, that's where you've given us the charge of be responsible today, stronger tomorrow, smart investments, and together we do this. All right. So want to go into just a little bit of the organizational structure as I get ready to wrap this up. Yikes. We continue to have the 4 major teams, the governance team being this team, which is the key group. You are the one that is setting direction. You're giving guidance, vision. You're ensuring that we're fiscally strong. And then the superintendent's advisory team, which is that core group, kind of like a cabinet that works with the day-to-day. Our executive advisory team, really this year, looking to have a team that vets and thinks things through before we move to decision, and then really empowering our directors, our leaders, which is the larger group outside. It's very important, in addition to having these teams, to also have kind of that ability to move into the space of statewide leadership and external relations and what that brings to this organization. So the work with AXA, not only myself, but many of our administrators are part of AXA. This makes it to where we're bringing not only instructional leadership to the state, but we're also bringing those things back to us. Matter of fact, this weekend, we'll be hosting the AXA Region 3 leadership training right here in this boardroom, because those are all important connections for us as an organization. The work that we do with WASC, it's not only have an opportunity to be their charter rep, but it's bringing that deeper look into accreditation back to this organization. Same with FICMAT, strengthening our access to high-level fiscal governance and operational perspectives so that we are stronger. And then finally, CCSA, using our relationship and voice within the California charter school structure. There you go. That's your governance team. And then that's the superintendent's advisory team. All right, so org chart. You have this in your binders board for your closer review, but this is our org chart as we move into this year. I call this first one really the functions chart. So this really brings down what each leader or each executive is in charge of in terms of their functions. the things that live in the superintendent's office, the things that live with our CDO. This year, we have two administrators on special assignments who are working with Mr. Sean O'Neill is working with our 9th through 12th grade schools. And we also have some organizational development as well as going through our parent complaints, which is being done by Myra. And we'll hear more about kind of that work later. And then Joy is really overseeing all ed services and everything that's going on there, as well as our TK through 8 schools and our virtual programs. Sean is working more primarily with our 9 through 12 schools, so elementary and secondary. And then Maury is working with our CED and new market development projects, but also doing those compliance things such as CONAP, LCAPs, FPMs, and as well as working with CTE research and development and charter renewals. So the board, you always kind of ask, all right, who reports where and how does all of this kind of work out? You'll see the purple are primarily the reports to the superintendent, which includes our executive leadership team. But I'm also overseeing the administrators on special assignments, as well as working with Sean to supervise the 9th through 12th grade principals, as well as our external support, which I will go into later. Our Ed Services Department is overseen by Joy, which also includes our Student Services Department, which includes special education, as well as student supports. And so this is the Ed Services team. I believe one of the questions that came to me early on was, so how are we going to take the work that was formerly done by the Chief Learning Officer and where does that live? This is where it's living now. And Joy has a great team of directors who is working with her, Director Cal, as well as Director VBA and Director Dillon. This is the external relations side, which includes our community engagement department, as well as the community schools contractors that we have that are providing that outward community work and support that's being led by Assistant Superintendent Elliott. Our business department continues to become dynamic. Myra smiles, but it is not only our business, but our accounts payable, our facilities, that all lives under the CBO. And I like to always put at the bottom of Myra's functions, ... which usually means everything else. Just to let you know, these are our school site leaders for this year. Really no major changes in terms of principals and administrators other than the one that I already shared with you. We do have some new faces and team members. Brian Thompson is the new vice principal at Futures High School. You've met Myra Valdivia, who is in our central office administrator on special assignment, and Sharon Barnes is the student services coordinator. We have some current employees, new seat, new role, which includes Sean O'Neill as our administrator on special assignment, working with our 9th through 12th grade schools. Sunny Yang, who is the new vice principal at Saba El Grove. Daniel Arevelos, who is the new vice principal at Saba, Twin Rivers. And then Brandon Bagazi, who was our instructional coach at HLA and is now the vice principal there. So ultimately, board, I just want to remind you that it truly is about our staff. That's the work that we do. That's the work that we do every day. I do have more slides, but I'm going to stop right there and ask, are there any questions? I know it's a problem.
One of the things that you mentioned earlier, when you showed the growth that we are making and math's still a problem. What are we gonna do? What can you tell me, Michelle, what the schools are doing to make sure that our math is continuing to come up?
Yeah, so I'm gonna ask the Assistant Superintendent Tokoy to jump in on that because we are doing some intentional work.
We are, I think, you know, the key piece with that is building the capacity of our teachers. And I think you saw a little bit of that today at Community Outreach Academy Middle School with building thinking classrooms training. And this is a very engaging method of teaching, and you saw students doing math around the walls. And so we're building on the success that we've seen at Epic with their math, with building thinking classrooms and pushing that out to our schools for student engagement. But we're going also back to tier 1 instruction. What is the math curriculum that we're using? Are we trained in it for our teachers? Are we using it with fidelity? And HLA had great success with their math scores this year. And so they are piloting a new curriculum from Paradigm, which is also known as Swoon Math. And so that's been a great plus for them. So building capacity through training our teachers, looking at our tier 1 curriculum for math. And building in math into our cycles of inquiry through the school learning plans. We traditionally have focused on ELA, on reading for our school learning plans. And now sites are beginning to think about what are we doing to provide interventions for math in our school learning plan and in our MTSS multi-tiered systems of supports. One great interesting thing that just recently was shared with our K-8 principals on Thursday was an AI math tutor. So the Gates Foundation is partnering with Stanford and Columbia to provide free math AI tutoring for students. And so we're going to be partnering with that for some tier 2 tutoring for our students. Just a little quick.
So they're also doing a focus on literacy as well, as far as AI usage. Are we trying to look at applications there?
We have some programs that already use AI and adaptive learning in them. Such as Newsella has an AI program with it, but I don't think we have a specific AI reading literacy program, but most of our programs use AI to adapt to students' responses.
You know, one other question about that. So, we talked about the things that have worked well in some of our schools, and we're trying to adapt that methodology in other schools. What about looking outside of Gateway? Have we looked at other, whether it's charters or traditional schools, to see if they have programs out there that we might look at as well?
We have, I know that last year, the professional learning team and Dr. Gold took multiple schools, staff, administration to visit other schools and to look at what they're doing here in Sacramento, in the Bay Area. And I'm sure we've also gone to look at what schools are doing for CTE across the United States. So we have, we could do more in that. We visited other Ivy schools to see what they're doing as well. But that's something that is really beneficial for our staff, to see this work in action, to see it working with students that look just like their students as well. Thank you.
Yes,
Jason, you made the mistake of saying, are there any questions? I have
No.
2 pages over here. By the way, the time I've been on the board, I don't think I've ever seen the statistics presented of an overview of the GCC so comprehensively complete. You've set a new standard, and it's really nice to go back now and take a look at that, because I think a number of the numbers just pop out at you. Just to kind of start off, and it's interesting, you started off with a chronic absenteeism. I don't know what more you can do, but 20% is just way too high. I don't know what we do. Those are our students that get, as you know, are where we could go if we need more resources. And that may be a whole task force and a lot of work to really work on that. The special ed growth is also, I think, kind of pops out at you, and you also commented on that. I assume with the new state funding and so forth, that the cost of running those programs, that it's one in which we're able to take that burden. Because I always kind of knee jerk when I hear other districts kind of say, hey, Gateway is really a great place to go to, if they provide this service.
Partnership.
And the dual enrollment one for higher education, that's a number of these will deal with that on growth and so forth. I think that's one we really need to promote in our promotion advertising, however we do it, that we have a growing higher education component. I mean, we're really promoting students, and the number of units they're taking is really, I think, important in recruiting students. The student enrollment in decline, you're absolutely right. That's not just our problem. It's a problem nationally, not just statewide, but nationally. Again, I've kind of beat the drums for the more homeschooling and the connections program and programs like that. And I think that ties in with your comment about right sizing. I think we have to be more proactive than reactive a little bit on this. If the students don't show up, I think we just can't support. We have over, as your statistic points out, over 900 staff. We just can't support that. We're not unique. We've got to be able to quickly respond. We can't wait to the end of the year or something to say, duh, we're going to deal with it now, because that's our dollars that we will not have for salary increases in the future. Your comment about compliance, that's so right on. And I want to give you, that's the one you're really saying, it's the laissez-faire kind of we'll get along is gone. We're always going to be in the spotlight. The budget discipline, I think that ties in with the staffing, and that's another one in which it's one that, as you said, it's not great to call in a principal or administrator and say you've got to live within your budget. Again, getting back to this, the promotion and the credibility of Gateway and the image of Gateway, your leadership and your other members of your staff involved in statewide leadership and local leadership, I think is really, really kind of jumps out. And I'm not exactly sure how we utilize that, but it's one of those things that really, I think, will pay off in the end. And I still argue for much more involvement in community organizations. And the organizational chart is kind of overwhelms me. So I don't know what to say about that. I think it's dynamic and fluid, because there's so many components to it now. But I have to tell you, I'm looking at the numbers and the growth and the line graphs and the pie graphs and the charts and everything else. Congratulations, we got my attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
No, that's fine.
All right, so just to keep the information coming towards you, we now have Julia Jimenez Yamamoto, who is going to come and move into our communications piece. And again, I think, while I gave the very high level, the next few you will hear, they're actually going into the details of how we're going to market. How are we talking to our audience? So, all right, Julia. You have to point that way. So.
Well, good morning, board members and Superintendent Sample. Today I will provide a brief update on our enrollment marketing and communications work. I'll share what we've learned over the past year about how our families are discovering our schools, the immediate support that we are providing for schools with current enrollment needs, and how we are preparing for the 2027-2028 open enrollment cycle. So right now with the immediate enrollment needs, we're helping out our schools, but at the same time, we want to build more coordinated and measurable approaches for the future as we promote our schools. But before I get started, I did want to affirm my communications clerk, Amelia Carrillo. who's sitting right over there. She helps a lot. It's a lot of work writing scripts, creating videos, recording, editing. So I just really appreciate all of the work that she does to help with the marketing piece. So last year I came and presented to the board, and Mr. Turner, actually, you had suggested that we collect data on how our families are hearing about our schools. And so this past enrollment cycle, we did add a question to our interest form, which asked our families how they were hearing about our schools. We were able to analyze that data, and the thing that stood out the most is that relationships matter and that families are still hearing about our schools through word of mouth. So across each of our schools, word of mouth accounted for about 50 to 80% of the responses that we heard. Families most often heard from friends, students that were already going to the schools, sometimes even staff who were recommending the schools to other parents, and really just relatives, anyone that was connected to the school. In addition to that, families are also finding out about our schools through online searches, through basic Google searches, seeing the content on our websites and social media ads that we put out, in addition to the community media that we have out in the community. Now, although word of mouth is important across our schools, each school serves a different purpose and offers a different educational experience to communities. So for us, that means our messaging and outreach should be tailored for each of our schools. So based on these insights, we see opportunities in 3 key areas. First is the need to activate our family and community advocates. Since word of mouth is our strongest source of awareness, we want to make it easier for families, students, and staff to share information and serve as trusted ambassadors, just like Superintendent Sample mentioned earlier, having our students really take on leadership roles and advocating for their schools, sharing all the good experiences that they're having. So I was just chatting with CED about talking about creating like an ambassador referral program with our parents, creating family testimonials and sharing content and materials that could empower our families to advocate for our schools. Second, we wanted to strengthen our digital discovery. Families are also finding us through online searches, school website, and digital advertising. We need to make sure that families find current information, engaging photos, engaging content, and clear next steps for requesting information and the entire enrollment process. And third, I will reiterate this again, we need to tailor our outreach by school. Each school offers something different, dual enrollment, CTE, online programs. And so we need to really figure out how to hone in on those strengths and advertise them to the community. So these 3 priorities are shaping our immediate work and then our also work for the upcoming enrollment cycle. So just to touch real quick on our immediate marketing needs, right now we're putting these 3 priorities into action by focusing on schools and programs with the most needs at the moment. Over the past several weeks, we have developed targeted marketing campaigns for our schools. We're also creating school-specific messaging that highlight what families will value, such as different learning options and new spaces, for example, like our TK spaces at EPIC and GIS. Another priority is family-focused content, using photography, videos, student and family stories to help prospective families see the experience at the school. And then also checking on improving our lead tracking. We want to know where inquiries are coming from, whether families receive timely follow-up, and which campaigns are actually contributing to applications and enrollment conversion. So this allows us to respond to the immediate enrollment needs while also using these tactics for future enrollment and marketing strategies. And so this is our strategy for the 27-28 school year. We have already started this work and are developing strategies around these key 6 areas. First, it starts with research. We are looking at enrollment data, community insights to better understand each school's priority, their families, enrollment needs, and opportunities. Second, we want to clarify each school's positioning, which means identifying what makes a school distinctive and unique, who is best positioned to serve, and which programs or strengths should lead in its messaging. Third, and probably our favorite, is developing the storytelling and marketing materials to help bring that message to life. So this includes testimonials, flyers, digital content. Fourth is coordinating how our families reach us through digital advertising, school events, community outreach, and media partnerships. Fifth is looking at our family communication experience. We want to know once a family expresses interest, do they receive clear communication, timely welcoming information, and clear process for the onboarding and enrollment process. And then finally, we believe we can strengthen how we measure our results by tracking family interest, referral sources, campaign performance, and vendor reporting. So hopefully you received a document with the Connections Academy marketing plan. I don't know if you received it, but that's just one example of the marketing plans that we're putting together for each of our schools. And then to support this work, we currently partner with several external organizations to help us extend our reach into different audiences in the community. So the first is Peerless Digital Advertising, who supports all of our digital advertising. So we create, manage, and we create the content, they manage how it's shared in the community. So they do targeted Google social media campaigns. They generate prospective leads and provide campaign performance reports. And then two of the newer contracts that we have this year is with the Sacramento Observer and Lotus Communications. The Sacramento Observer helps us reach African-American families in the community through print and digital advertising and includes school features, display ads, and enrollment promotions. Lotus Communication works with Spanish-speaking families in the community through the Spanish language radio. So they have started actually running ads for us on Gateways Awareness. And we also have the ability to participate in live radio interviews to share our message with the Spanish community. And then we have our two ongoing partnerships with the Russian American Media and the Afisha Media Group, which both target the Slavic community through radio ads, print, and also community radio shows. So this final slide is just our recommendation for creating a more connected enrollment experience for our students. So what we've learned through our school PR training and just working with the community engagement team is that when we look at the enrollment cycle, we need to look beyond just recruitment and focusing on the whole family experience. So that means looking at how families discover our schools through the enrollment, engagement, and retention. So while marketing is the first step of that, we also know that families need clear communication when they're exploring, timely guidance on how to apply, a welcoming experience when they do enroll, and continued engagement and connection after they join us. And then finally, if they leave, and hopefully they don't, we do need to know the feedback so that we can improve our process moving forward. So that's just a recommendation I wanted to put out there just so you can kind of understand how I look at the enrollment cycle. Thank you. Any questions?
What is the student rate? What is the teaching ratio to the student?
The teacher
The teacher to student ratio? The student to teacher ratio in seat-based is
1 to 25 usually for middle school, sometimes 1 to 30.
Second question. Did we talk to the students that are leaving our schools or why they're leaving? Did we talk to students who are leaving the schools why they are leaving?
Yes, I believe our community engagement is doing some of that work right now with the principals and asking families why they are disenrolling. So yeah, we know that's a need and we want to collect that information to help us figure out areas of it.
Yes.
Yeah.
And again, I think as shared earlier, as we look at our enrollment trends, it is becoming more important to get this type of data. Why are you leaving? But we also want to know why you're coming so that we can kind of norm the system. So that is definitely something that we are beginning to do.
You know, so a couple of questions. This is great. I think this is a good approach to how do we get more information and how do we communicate out to our current population as well. You know, we've talked a lot about this in the past about leveraging our alumni. How do we do more of that? Because to me, that's the proof of the programs that we're doing. And we know we've had a lot of successful as far as just using that channel to be able to get information out and to be able to recruit, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, I agree. I know some of our schools like COA has really strong connections with their alumni and they help them really promote their development. I think with the work Superintendent Sample and I have done with our Student Advisory Council, we're always looking to bring those students back in. And they're always willing, honestly, to come and help us out. But yes, I agree, and I think that's something we can look into to help allow them to help us promote our schools.
And we've met several teachers that have come back, gone through our system.
Right.
I just met a new one in Epic just a couple of weeks ago. And she was talking about how great it is to be back and to be a part of the staff. So it's happening more and more. We just have to meet them and family where they are. But I've met several alumni who went through the system and then come back.
I think Joy has a name for them.
Legacy employees.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then just another question. So we had our students come back from Switzerland. And I know this is always a challenge. So believe me when I say this, of getting the media to cover those kinds of things. I know we had it before, but we never had an after. And considering where they placed in the world, I mean, to me, it's really a great story, you know, that needs to be told or followed up on.
Yeah, so we were actually planning a donor breakfast. There was a lot of people that contributed to their trip and we were hoping to invite the media out to that. So we have a plan for celebrating them for their accomplishment and inviting some of those.
Jack, and then I have a question.
Julia, I want to thank you for your presentation. I got just a couple of questions. If I'm interested in the Sacramento area, how people find out about Gateway Community Charters. If you get a cold call or somebody says they want to send their student to one of our schools, do we ask how they found us? Do we say, how did you?
We do.
Because I'm interested, what do you find is the best method to reach our target audience? Parents and.
Yeah, collecting information on how they found us. So for example, yesterday I was meeting with Connections Academy to talk about their marketing plan. And so they share a little bit about the student demographic that comes to their schools, like people who need a lot of flexibility, as well as geographically where they are coming from. And so we are able to use that information to help us kind of guide our marketing approach. So I believe when they do call the schools to ask where they're, when they're inquiring about enrollment, I believe that they do also ask them.
How they found out about
Yeah.
us, so forth.
Yeah.
Is it I would assume word of mouth is probably the most common.
Yes.
Their neighbor or their friend or the church or whatever has referred them. But it would be interesting to know that, and so we could target it, as you said, for each campus. I'm kind of interested in your comment about storytelling for each school, building the narrative. I don't want to put you on the spot, but could you kind of give me an example how we build? I could probably build some narratives. How do you build a narrative for a school?
So
Give me an example.
for example, let's see. Like the dual enrollment comment, I think you brought that up earlier. So when we're looking at advertising for futures. We want to know, last year they started their early college program. And so it's collecting the data of how many students are in the early college program or taking dual enrollment classes. The storytelling piece kind of comes in because we like to interview students. So for example, Amelia was at the school last week talking to a student who's participating in dual enrollment, kind of getting her experience on what that's like. And then she's creating a video ad basically so that we can promote
Okay.
Future's early college program, what makes them distinct and why other families should come to that school. So it's like having the examples.
Okay. Well, Jason, I think you're well aware that her position and her staff are going to become more and more important. It's something you obviously are focusing on, and I want to say, keep up the good work. We're hanging in there. And I know
Thank you.
it's tough.
We're trying.
It's a tough market out there
Yeah.
right now.
What are you going to do with the our why? There's one on each of I don't know if it came from your department or from your department. Okay, because I've been reading them and they're really good. Are they gonna be given to families or are they in the office? What?
So what the board is referring to in your superintendent's update, you saw some pictures of
Mhm.
our why. So one of the activities that we did with our administrators this year, and actually at some point today, I'm going to ask the board to also share your why, is why are we doing the work that we're doing? Why are we serving the kids that we serve? And so what you see there is what each of the school site teams came up about their why.
Yeah.
Which I think speaks very much to the public and to our families, what you're gonna get when you come to it.
Yeah, they should be ready to go to parents, to people who are interested in a particular school. Why am I going to the school? What happens at school? This is more than anything you could almost do. I have another question, and that's about the marketing. Now you have the Observer, which is an African-American Sacramento. But what are you doing with our local channel, channel 12, channel 13, channel 3? I saw they have been talking about schools opening and having students there the first day of school and what have you. Is it prohibited class-wise for us?
No,
Or
it's
why aren't we doing that?
it's pitching to the story and it's pitching the story to the media and getting information out there. So yeah.
And I would add to that, I think the way media flows is they're on a cycle. So if you remember 2 years ago, we actually had, I believe, KCRA3 that came to the
Yeah.
opening of GIS. It's gonna be a few years before they come back to us again. But I will say that Julia and the team have been working very hard to create that, I call that constant buzz. That
Yes,
says, this is what we're doing, come see us, hello, this is what we're doing, come see us, like the media release that went out.
that's what I want to make sure we're doing, that we're inviting not just the Observer, but even Sacramento Bee. You've got to come see us. Here's
Yeah.
what we're doing.
Yeah.
Channel 13, you got to come see us. Here's here's what's going on. And it goes back to the question about the kids from that went on the trip. When are we going to do something with that? Just making sure that the publicity, if it's not fiscally prohibited. Did I say that right? Yeah.
That's all urged. Yeah.
And I will say, just to maybe talk a little bit more about that, Madam President. The comms team, the communications team, I use the short, has started what's called our newsroom. So you want to share a little bit about the internal newsroom?
Yeah, so our newsroom was kind of an idea that came out of controlling our own narrative out in the community. And so what Amelia and I do every week is we meet for about an hour and a half and pitch stories to each other. So here's a story that we want to write about, the future students. We just learned about some students from COA Middle School who are going to be published poets, I believe. And so we will kind of take that information, go try to do a story with the school. And we will share it on our website, our newsletters, our social media. And it's really just kind of like our own way to control that narrative, right? But also thinking about how we can share that out through earned media in the community.
And then the final piece that communications team has been working very hard. One of the things that we want to be intentional about is communicating not only to our staff, but also to our families. And so now we do a Friday, the superintendent's Friday letter. You may have seen board the welcome back video. So we're really trying to be much more intentional, not only about our external communication, but also.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll put you off the spot now.
All right, so we're going to invite Assistant Superintendent Coy.
I think I've been told I now have 10 minutes to share with you.
Take it next time. So you only have 10 minutes.
Board President said take as much time.
Take
as
what you
much time
need,
as I
sweetheart.
need to.
But when Mr. Premack walks in,
What, can you know? Okay, so I just want to follow up to the ratio question real quick before I get started, Mr. Block. Our TK ratio is different from any other grade level, and it's 1 to 10. Class size cap is 20, and the ratio must be 1 to 10, so 2 adults must be in there. Usually it's 1 certificated teacher and 1 full-time peer educator dedicated to every TK classroom, so schools. So it's my pleasure to share with you this morning about our summer programs, preparation for our school year, and our first day celebrations. We have a lot of good things going on in GCC, just as you saw this morning with COA Middle School. So I'll start with summer school. Across June and July sessions, GCC served more than 1,360 students, 1,368 to be exact. Our high school students earned 1,463.5 credits towards their graduation because we give partial credits. And that number is especially meaningful because every one of those credits represents progress, a student moving closer toward graduation, completing their requirements and reaching that important milestone for them. We also had 17 students participate in internships, giving them opportunities to connect their learning at school with the community and experiences beyond the classroom. This summer, we had the internships also at the city of Sacramento. And these are the numbers across our sites of the students that we serve. And summer school is not just about supervising students or keeping them busy. It's about continuing the academic momentum so that we do not have learning loss, summer learning loss. So we try to continue some of the same things that we utilize during the school year, the programs, iReady and IXL. This year during the summer, GCC students passed 655 reading lessons and 604 math lessons through iReady. And they also practiced and reached proficiency on 704 math and English skills through IXL. Not only do we focus on learning, we do try to let them have fun in the summer. It is summer after all. And we're continuously building the number of field trips that we offer during the summer. It's still a little bit new to us offering field trips in the summer, but this year we've had more than we've ever had in the past. Epic, COA Sciences teachers and CCCS all had field trips this year to swimming, Chuck E. Cheese, some of the fun places, but we also did college visits, UC Davis and UC Santa Barbara, and not forgetting what we've already talked about, our future students visiting Switzerland for their competition. So like Superintendent Sample said, we are creating core memories for our students through these field trips and experiences that they may otherwise not have had. And our summer is also successful because of the many community groups that we partner with and different vendors. They help us provide a wide breadth of experiences. So Mad Science of Sacramento, Bright Synergy, Albedo Arts, the YMCA. We use them some part-time and some to run our program at HLA this year. And this is the best part, seeing it all in action through the summer. Science experiments, arts and crafts. This is the iFly. I'd be scared to do that, but this is the iFly field trip for the students, up to the students. And of course, sports. Geek adventures. We see a lot of smiles on our kids' faces. COA does a carnival throughout. Lots of experiences, not just outside of the campus, but also on campus to try and keep kids engaged and interested during the summer. So in addition to summer school, we also work hard to plan and prepare for the beginning of the school year. So just as our students need a strong start, our administrators need a strong start as well. So on July 22nd and 23rd, our administrators participated in our 2-day leadership retreat. This year it was at Sierra Health Foundation. This is where Superintendent Sample shares with us the expectations and our initiatives and the theme for the year, which is GCC Proud. So our breakout sessions this year, we split up our administrators up by the TK8 administrators and then the high school administrators. And for TK8, we talked a lot about attendance and a mirror of reading screeners and attendance recovery. And then the high school worked with former superintendent from Natomas, Chris Evans, and continued discussions around their deep dive in data. So our goal for this time is really to make sure our leaders return to their sites informed and aligned, but also motivated to start for a strong school year. Mr. Sample has already shared with you some of our changes in administration for this school year, so I'll just leave that there with you. But we're especially happy to have our vice principals, our new VPs, who we will be working to build their capacity as new vice principals this year. And these are our amazing administrators from GCC taken at our retreat. And we brought back our welcome back event this year. I think people missed it last year. I think they enjoyed being together this year. It really did help start in a positive way. Again, at the Citrus Heights Community Center, we recognized our teachers and staff who have been with us 5, 10, 15, and 20 years. And the exciting part about this year was the student panel we had. I received a lot of feedback about how positive it was to hear from our students to kick off the school year. They are why we are here. Let's hear from them what makes a difference for them. So their voice was very impactful in starting off a positive school year. We always provide 2 professional development days for our staff prior to the start of school. And this year, the Ed Services team held an expanded learning staff training where all of the before and after school paraeducators received training on behavior management and effective routines. Our SPED department also held their own trainings for their staff. And at our expanded learning training, we had Leslie Preen, who is the Director of Nutrition Services from Twin Rivers, come and speak to all of the expanded learning staff and explain to them all the rules for nutrition and why we have to have them. And they found it very enlightening, and now they understand why we tell them you got to throw away good food. Right? But that's just one example of the rules we have to follow. But it was nice to partner with Twin Rivers for this training, and their actual director came out to be part of that training. Saba Twin Rivers hosted our foundational CKH training for staff. 50 of our employees attended Capturing Kids' Hearts, which is our mandated training for all full-time employees for GCC. And these reflection bubbles here, it's exactly the type of learning and reflection we want to see as our staff begin to prepare for the school year for their students. And then we began to welcome back families, even prior to the first day. sites had, IS sites had enrollment appointments, family orientations. And our TK8 sites had orientations where they gave school tours, pick up your schedule, pick up your information. And then our virtual programs had virtual online orientation, and then families signed up to come pick up their supplies and their Chromebooks individually. So we had a lot of opportunities to meet families prior to the first day of school. This is how we get them to show up on the first day. We have to connect with them during the summer. And so this was really important. And some schools have already held their back to school night. I know COA did a special thing this year where it's meet and greet and served ice cream to families the day before school started. And that was a big success for them. CCCS partnered with SAC Youth Center to hold a summer bash on August 1st. And that is another great community connection for CCCS. All trying to keep our enrollment and have our kids show up on day one. And day one was exactly as we expected it to be. A little bit of chaos, a little bit of fun, and a whole lot of crying from our students. But the central office staff, we signed up to go visit our sites because we want to be present, we want to be supportive, we just want to be there if they need us. And so it was fun to see everything in action. And there's so much work reflected behind that day that it's so nice to see it come to life on the first day. And that work would not happen without our HR department. Director Berrigan is here, and I just want to thank her and her team. As Jason mentioned, you know, our classes are covered with staff and subs, and that represents a lot of work on their part to schedule interviews and employee processing and onboarding. And this year they again held the onboarding for all new employees here at GCC. Also, work from our facilities department. A lot of things were completed over the summer to make our schools ready for the first day. Connections Academy and Virtual Academy moved out of here into their new office on Madison. A new playground for Dudley B at COA. We had their ribbon cutting last week. It looks beautiful. Epic's 2 new TK classrooms open. GIS has 2 new TK classrooms open, and there 2 new play structures, and they'll be having a grand opening soon. Community Academy, Community Outreach Academy of Arts has new soccer. So just lots of great projects this year, and we thank our facilities department for that. So now I'll go to really the most important part for today, is looking at our numbers from what we adopted compared to what we projected, and who showed up at the first day and who showed up in the first week. But what I want to explain is that these numbers are currently right now in flux. There's a lot that happens in the first week. You can't tell a lot about enrollment based on the first day, which is why I'm glad that the state gives us, till October, till CBEDS to start using this number. They also understand there's a lot of flux the first week. So these numbers reflect students who could be no-shows and are not going to show up at all. But it also reflects students who may right now be on our rosters, but have just not yet shown up because they're still on vacation. Sometimes families like to take an extended leave and not show up for the first week, sometimes 2 of school. But there are returning students. We don't always want to just move them on when they've expressed to us they're just going to have a late start. Another factor at play in these beginning weeks numbers is immunizations. We have a lot of young students, even 7th graders, who can't start until they finally get their immunizations, that one last shot that's due. And so there's a lot of factors here. And even with these numbers, they're constantly changing as they enroll. So I just want to share with you a little bit about the specific sites. So looking at CCCS, they probably are, one of our sites that we're concerned about the most, and that is Connections Academy, because they're down about 100 students than what we expected based upon their intent to return and what our students told us. And so To put that in perspective, they are still higher at the start of this school year than they were last year. So we started the school year last year with about 93 students at the beginning of school, and connections right now is starting at 170. So we're still higher at the start of the year than we were last year, but it's still lower than what we projected. So it's lower, but we still are hopeful with the advertising push that we have, that Julia has been referring to. COA is lower than we expected, both at middle school and at elementary school. COA has a wait list to pull from, but it takes time to pull students off the wait list because sometimes we have to first ensure that the people we accepted and offered to in the spring are not going to show up. We can't just automatically drop them. We have to give them notification. You don't show up. And after that, we have to have a lottery. And then there's a timeline for a lottery. So this is a little bit about COA's process. Now I have 2 alarms that I need to stop. Epic is missing some students in TK. Futures is not far away from their budgeted number. Let me tell you a little bit about GIS, because while their adopted number is 700, we did make a program change over the summer that affected GIS, where we decided to eliminate 1 TK, 20 students, and instead use that room for a special day class. That we can serve students across GCC-wide for a TK through 2nd grade special day class at GIS. But when we cut that class, we also did not hire that teacher. And so they're actually getting closer to what their job is a little bit because of our program change. But HLA is up, and we are excited about that. It's the first time they've ever been at this number for HLA. And it is absolutely because of students moving from CCCS TK8 to HLA, and they have a wait list on almost every grade level, which is
Great.
very exciting for HLA. And we're actually happy with where our independent study schools are. They're pretty close to what we budgeted. We don't expect them to be at their budgeted number the first few weeks of school. We know they will build up over time and reach it before CBES. This is a lot because of when students start other schools and realize they're not successful there, then they often will make a change and switch their schools around September, early October. And this is my last slide. So what are we doing to help address and support enrollment? I know Julia has talked to you about what are we doing externally, but we're also doing a lot internally to support enrollment. So first, we're looking at the why. Omira and I and Laura have already looked at our numbers together and how it might potentially impact budgets. And we're also looking with Adam where our students went, what changed in our programs. We're trying to determine the impact through our executive leadership meetings, and Assistant Superintendent Elliott will be meeting with the site leaders to talk about their plan and to create some urgency for enrollment. So we have a multi-pronged response that we're doing to try and support our students with their enrollment. So to close, I just want to recognize the tremendous amount of work represented for summer school and the start of school and for enrollment. I want to thank our staff and celebrate all of their accomplishments to a very successful start of the school year. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
I don't have a question, but I just have a comment. You mentioned training on behavior expectations that you did. And this morning, I think we all acknowledged when we visited the school that we could see that behavior expectation has changed tremendously. As soon as we walked in, students joined us at the door, asked us to sign a contract, but everyone was on task. The behavior was just exemplary in the classrooms that we went to. So what you did, whatever you did, it really, for that one school, it really paid off, because you could see the difference from a couple of years ago.
we had them teaching routines, right? We actually had principals share best practices for teaching routines at the beginning of the school year during the leadership retreat. We also hosted 2 virtual workshops for teachers last week. One for TK for elementary and one for middle high school, where teachers can join after school to hear from our professional learning coaches about a strong start in classroom management.
Those are the things I look forward when I visit a classroom. What does the behavior look like? Are the kids on task? And that's what I saw this morning as we visited the classrooms that we did. You agree?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah, setting the kind of the rules and engagement, was fantastic. For what I'm seeing.
Yeah.
Yes.
So thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else for them? Okay,
All right.
you ready? Thank
Yes.
you.
Thank you, Assistant Superintendent Jacoy. Thank you, Board. Again, great work that is happening across our Ed Services team, as well as I really truly feel like it was a very successful opening of the school year, and also very excited about where we ended our summer. So thank you very much. Well, we're happy to have with us today, fresh in, I mean, just flew right in.
Right hand.
Our guest, who really needs no introduction. Eric is the executive director of the Charter School Development Center, a huge partner, as well as a technical assistance group that we constantly go to. So really happy to have him here today. So with that being said, feel great, feel wonderful. Eric Premack.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for being here.
Appreciate the opportunity. This has been a pretty wild year legislatively. Last year at this time, we were locked up in negotiations, literally locked up in the negotiations in the Capitol for over a month of afternoons. And that ultimately led to some legislation that ended up on the governor's desk and he vetoed it. But it's now with us, and see if this will, there we go. Okay. And so what we've, coming out of that veto, the governor said he still wanted to see some reforms. And so what we ended up with is a state budget package that is simply jam-packed with both money and policy. Usually the budget is supposed to be about money and funding, but often they sneak policy into it because it's kind of greased because the budget has to be passed, whereas policy bills are perhaps a little bit more optional. So we'll talk about a few different things today. I'll try to move really quickly through this and leave as much time as possible toward the end for Q&A, because my experience is that you guys are experienced and you often have a lot of good questions. So we've got really big funding increases, a mix of one-time and ongoing money. We have a big so-called anti-fraud, and I put it in quotes for a reason, reform package. We have a big new pregnancy disability leave mandate, and a big overhaul of how the state is going to run K-12 education going forward. All of this rolled into one big budget package. And then I'll try to wind up with a little bit about what remains in the next 2 weeks of what's left of the legislative session, and then speculate just a bit on what we're going to see when we go to vote in November. Does that sound good? Cool. And by the way, great to be here. And several familiar faces here that have been here for many, many years. And thank you for your service, and it's great to see staff as well. Big picture here economically, as many of you know, AI is just really driving a lot of activity in the economy generally. Tremendous amounts, just staggering amounts of investments coming out of Wall Street and the bond market to chase after what is now many people believe will be the future economy. As a result, stock prices are elevated to record levels by any measure. And it has also driven a lot of spending in the economy, and a combination of high spending and high top stock valuations is driving, at least in the near term, a lot of money into the state treasury. That in turn, when you run those revenues through the mandatory education funding formulas in the California state constitution, we call these the Prop 98 spending guarantee downtown, has forced the state or compelled the state to increase education funding through, kind of dramatic levels. It may not feel like you're rich, but there's a lot of money coming into the K-14 side of the education budget. And the big question here is this sustainable? Many, those of you, most of you are in this room old enough to remember the dot-com, bust that we saw in the late 90s when we had a similar run up in the economy where there was a lot of faith that technology and the internet was going to change the economy, and it did. But there were some real winners and losers, and we had several years of economic decline after that bust. And then after that, almost consistent economic growth with the exception of a pause during the pandemic. But there's this big question of, are we set up for another one of these dot-com busts? And so as you spend and think about this money, I would put it into that context. If I knew what the answer to that was, I would be on Wall Street in New York working right now, making a lot of money, but I don't. And nobody really knows. But what we do know is that in the near term, things are looking quite good. We had a 4.3 increase to the base funding formula that we call the local control funding formula this year. Part of that, almost 3%, was the regular statutory COLA, but the state added an additional 1.4-ish% to that, and that will be permanent ongoing increase in funding going forward, along with a massive increase in special education funding. In my 30 whatever years in California, I've never seen a special ed funding increase anywhere near that. And to me, that may be one of the most important areas for school staff and board members to focus on. Some folks, you might look at that and say, great, we're going to spend all of this on special education. And that might be a good idea. It also might not, because the state has and federal government have laws that say once you start spending this money on it, you have to continue it
Exactly.
to a degree in perpetuity going forward. And most schools already are spending heavily out of their general purpose money to support the education special ed program. And that has put a lot of pressure on school budgets over the last several years because the rate of spending for most schools on special education has grown much faster than the funding for it. And so more and more money for most schools has come out of the quote unquote regular ed budget to keep the special ed budget going. And so in my view, one of the most important set of both tactical and strategic decisions that schools are making this year is around how much of this are we dedicating straight into special ed? How much might we be dedicating to preventive activities to avoid the need for special ed in the first instance, versus how much of this are we going to use to try to reduce the pressure on the non-special ed side of the budget? And whatever it is we want to do with that, can we do it given the state and federal rules on maintenance of spending or maintenance of effort as it's known? So we have been encouraging our members to really focus heavily on that as a key strategic tactical decision. The state is also putting $1 billion a year going forward into an updated and revised so-called community schools categorical funding program. And so this is, I think, the third or fourth major expansion of restricted categorical funding under the Newsom administration that we've seen. Those of us who were around during the Brown administration, we heard a lot about local control, about the whole local control funding formula was about giving control back to you guys to figure out how to spend the money. Since then, and since Newsom came into office, we've had a massive expansion of categoricals with transitional kindergarten, free school meals, even for rich kids, expansion of the home to school transportation funding program that charter schools don't get, but school districts do, and expanded learning opportunities program. And so there have been billions of dollars going into new categorical programs. And this has confused, I think, a lot of voters and policymakers thinking, we've had this massive increase in education funding. Why are you having trouble balancing your budgets? And the reality is, while we've seen some extra COLAs, it's been pretty small potatoes relative to the amount of money going into restricted programs that have strings attached. You have to spend money. So while we've seen a lot of this increase in ongoing funding, much of it has been locked up in categoricals. Much of it also has come in the form of one-time funding. So frequently that sometimes we wonder what is one time and what is just one time over and over and over again, and what point does it become long term. But in this year's budget, we have a really big one-time grant called, and it has this fancy name, Student Support and Professional Development Discretionary Block Grant. I would urge you to focus on the word discretionary, because it's basically discretionary with a lot of window dressing. And they make a long list of things that you might spend it on. But then in the list, if you look at it, it says, and to address increased costs, which to me is, you can spend it on anything. But it is one time, so spend it carefully. Almost $1,000 per ADA. Then we've got 757 million statewide, a little over 225 per kid for the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant. This is what I call hangover money from the pandemic. And this, unlike this money has a lot of strings attached, and you ought to explain in your LCAP how you're spending it and prove that you're using it to do learning recovery and so on and so forth. And then a number of other smaller grants that I'm not going to spend any time on, other than to say that I think this dual enrollment piece is important, particularly for schools like yours that are serving secondary populations that don't necessarily perform well on standardized tests. Your way to look good on the school dashboard is for, if you don't do well on the tests, is to have CTE and college credits earned up to a certain level. And if you do that, then you'll look better on the dashboard. So if you're not already into these programs, or even if you are, here's an opportunity to get some grant money to do that. So those are the big new changes in this year's budget. What does that mean kind of longer term? If you look a little further out, we're very fortunate to have these, recent increases. It's really been a pretty consistent run up in funding, since before the pandemic, with a pause during the pandemic. And the near term continues to look good because this AI spend and the AI stock values are just pouring money into the state treasury. Despite that, a lot of school districts and some charter organizations are still experiencing financial distress for a bunch of different reasons, mainly because of unsustainable salary and benefit increases. The inflationary pressures have put a lot of demands at the bargaining table for those who have unions. And even if you don't have unions, you still have staff who have, it's tough to make it these days. I'm just stunned. I walked into Safeway the other day and to see, what stuff costs, it just makes me gasp. And, I'm lucky I make, a big chunk of money, so I don't really have to sweat it, but I have a lot of friends who are sweating. Declining enrollment is another big issue. Because we get funded on a per student basis, you can have increases like, extra COLAs and all these other funding increases. But if the underlying driver of all your funding is the number of kids and their attendance, that's a pain point as well. And then the disappearance of one-time pandemic funding. The result is that we have a lot of districts in financial distress. And some charter organizations, and we've lost some of our members over the last few years for various reasons, particularly those charter organizations that serve areas where the populations have declined. Silicon Valley, Central LA, Central San Diego, cost of living is too high. People don't have kids there anymore, and that, it causes a problem. Here in Sacramento, we're seeing the Sacramento School District teetering on insolvency and having great difficulty grasping reality. And what we're seeing in a number of these big urban districts in particular is that the staff unions have played a very strong role in the electoral politics and gotten their people on the board. And this is what I call the dog that caught the bus of the, or the bumper of the bus, where the unions now have their folks in on the board, but now the board has to figure out how to wrestle with the unions. And we're seeing some very tough, interesting politics in Sacramento and LA in particular that could wash over into, you know, you folks, you have a pretty good relationship with Twin Rivers, but they've got tough unions, and the unions last year went after them. They may see some of your students as students that they would like to have, quote unquote, back. And this is creating some back pressure on some charter organization. While the short-term picture looks great, I would caution you that the long-term picture is quite volatile, and that nobody knows where it's going. What we do know is that the state itself has a serious budget challenge. Its expenditures on things like Medi-Cal, prisons, higher ed, et cetera, have been climbing at a pace that's faster than the state revenues are coming in. The mandatory spending formulas for K-14 education that I talked about earlier tie the state's hands. And so the state has a multi-billion-dollar structural deficit in its own budget. They trimmed maybe about half of that out in the most recent round of budgeting, but they still have a long ways to go, and all the easy cuts are kind of gone, if you will. This artificial intelligence run up, some call it a bubble. Whether it's a bubble or not, we don't really know. But if that bubble bursts, California has enjoyed most of the upside. We will, quote unquote, enjoy a steeper downside. And this is California's particularly sensitive state budget because about half of the state's revenues come from the top 1% of taxpayers. And they get most of their money through things like capital gains revenue when they sell their stock, that sort of thing. And if stock values plummet, those revenues go with it. And if the economy gets tied up, the rest of the state's money comes from income taxes and sales taxes for the most part. Those are also very sensitive to changes in the economy. So that then ripples down to us because of these constitutional spending formulas where we as schools lose about 40% or 40 cents on each dollar state revenue goes up or down. And so we're tied to this volatile revenue roller coaster. The good news is the state has taken more steps to smooth out its spending, more steps to try to deal with its own structural deficit, and they've beefed up reserves to the point where they should have about $10 billion in reserve just for education by the end of this year. But we could burn through that in a big hurry. So the other thing that's kind of on our radar screen is part of what is keeping the state's budget afloat. You may remember when Jerry Brown was around, he got voters to approve a quote unquote temporary income tax surcharge on high income individuals that added either 1, 2, or 3% percentage points to what they pay to the state. That temporary income tax surcharge was extended several years ago, but that temporary extension expires at the end of 2030. And we'll come back to talk about that, I think in my very last slide here. So that's kind of the money picture. Let's shift into some of these new laws that were part of the state budget package. Pregnancy disability leave is a biggie. It takes effect in January. At first, they said it was going to take effect immediately, and everybody started freaking out. We asked them, can you at least give us 6 months? They gave us 6 months, and it essentially says you have to give 14 weeks of paid pregnancy disability leave. The length of the leave start and end date is decided by the employee and their physician, not you. You have to maintain their health benefits, and you may not deduct it from any other leave or medical benefits that they might have, and they might have and will have quite a few others. The law says that you must use the additional money from LCFF to pay for it. It's basically the state's way of avoiding the constitutional mandate to pay you for it. And there is a provision saying that you can count wage replacement from the state's existing SDI or state disability insurance program toward that 14 weeks. But SDI has a complicated formula and only pays at most maybe 2/3 of a typical wage replacement, and it's shorter than the 14-week mandate. So trying to figure out how these layer together with SDI is complicated. And you have to figure out how it layers with the Federal Family Medical Leave Act, the California Pregnancy Disability Leave Act. These two run concurrently, but the new leave mandate as part of this law does not. And I won't go into all the details, but suffice to say that this Technicolor chart illustrates some of the complexity that your HR people are going to have to deal with going forward. Here's an example of someone who's pregnant and goes out on disability, and how the different leave provisions, the new one here is this green one, but they might, deliver here, but go out on disability ahead of time. These two run concurrent, but that doesn't. And there's this game of Tetris of figuring out how this works in practice that we're very concerned about, particularly with teaching positions where it's not like you can just go out and find, high school science teachers are us and pop somebody in overnight. This is going to be a real HR challenge going forward. It may be a great thing policy-wise from a larger societal standpoint, but it's going to be a real challenge for your HR folks. The other big change in this budget package, as I noted, was this so-called anti-fraud package. As many of you may know, several years ago, a large charter organization in Southern California called A3 essentially submitted hundreds of millions of dollars worth of fake attendance claims to the state. They ultimately got busted for it and returned most of the money to the state. But the damage to the charter sector has been longer lasting. And there was a call for reforming the laws governing charter school finances and oversight and auditing. I spent most of last summer, as I noted, negotiating a package to try to address that. We got it through at midnight on the last day of the legislative session almost a year ago, but the governor vetoed it. But he did indicate that he supported some of our bill, which was SB 414. And as a result, this year's budget trailer bill took big chunks of SB 414, almost verbatim, much of it verbatim, and enacted it through the budget trailer bill. The big things that it does is it really does some major surgery, dozens of pages of changes to the auditing laws governing K-12 education, especially charter schools. There are a number of adjustments to the laws governing how school districts monitor you as a charter school organization. There are changes to laws to how you contract and outsource, and some tweaks to independent study law that I'm not going to talk about in the interest of time. The auditing reform, as I noted, probably 45 pages of stuff there. It's only interesting to me, I can assure you. Bottom line to you is that auditors are going to be looking at you more closely. And they're going to need more, they're going to be required to do more training. They may be harder to come by because there are more requirements for them to go through in order to qualify. And so your fiscal staff are going to want to very closely monitor these changes to make sure that you are up to speed on. You will be required, and many charter schools already do this, but to formally receive and adopt the budget, the audit reports as a governing board. I believe you guys already did that.
Yes.
But that was not an explicit requirement in film. You'll feel a little bit more, I think, from some of the changes to the charter oversight. And part of this stems out of Twin Rivers and the controversy over the Highlands group of charter schools and the perception by many in state policy that Twin Rivers did not do a good job of overseeing the Highlands schools. One helpful thing is that an existing law that mandates that school districts look at your student testing data when they're doing charter renewal. That law had expired and this extends it for another couple of years. Absent that law, the only thing they're supposed to look at are your dashboard scores, which often are not a good reflection of how your students are actually doing. And so we were pleased to see this piece. They have also, though, tightened up the laws governing what authorizers have to, at least at a minimum, do when they oversee you. So, for example, they're going to have to look at your finances more carefully, including seemingly odd things like reviewing your credit card statements to see are the charges legit. Credit cards are a notorious area for abuse, and I actually fear some of our charter schools are going to have a real problem here. And we're urging folks to kind of get ahead of this and have an internal process to look at that so that when the school district shows up to do it, it's all clean. They're also supposed to look at your attendance and enrollment data more carefully. This is in response to that A3 group of schools in San Diego that had fake enrollment and fake attendance. And then they are supposed to send somebody out to visit at least one of your charter governing board meetings each year. So you'll feel this more directly. And they're supposed to monitor your agendas and minutes. I gather that means probably go online or ask Jason or Maury or some other poor soul to send them copies.
Formalist.
Okay, apologies.
Our compliance person.
And interestingly, the auditors who audit school districts are now going to have to audit whether the school districts do that. So it's widely understood that many of the existing oversight mandates the districts don't do. So for example, Twin Rivers is supposed to visit your schools each year, and they weren't doing that for Highlands. And I don't know if they do it for you, but and so these things are going to be audited, and I think we're just going to feel, my guess is we're going to feel just an overall uptick, not just in these areas, but overall in terms of what school districts want to see. There are some big changes in how you contract or outsource for goods and services. Going forward, anytime within a given fiscal year, you outsource more than $100,000 worth of goods or services from a contractor, that contract is going to have to come to the board. Now, many schools already do that, but many don't. Then they've expanded criminal background checks for contracting. This gets pretty complicated. I won't go into the details, but it could make it pretty tough in some cases, particularly if your contractors don't want to run all of their staff through the fingerprinting process. We, for example, have some of our members where they send kids to, instead of having a gym, they might send them to a YMCA. Well, does the YMCA want to run all of its staff, and put the finger on the glass and do the criminal background check? And it can be a real hassle. Then by next July, you are going to, as a board, have to adopt a complex set of policies governing how you do contracting. Again, I won't go into the details here. A lot of this is kind of common sense. Ensuring that you get reasonable market value, and that your contractors are qualified and have expertise. You probably already have either formal or informal processes that do that. Others are going to be a little bit more difficult. This largely stems out of the fact that some of the independent study charter schools now have a practice of setting aside maybe a couple $1,000s per student per year and allowing parents and teachers to have a lot of flexibility to hire things like tutorers or field trips or what have you. And so there's a lot more contract spending going on, particularly within the non-classroom based side of the charter school sector. And so we had hours and hours of negotiations last summer over these laws, and this is now the result of that negotiation. The other big chunk of policy change in this year's budget package is that the state has essentially done a complete redo of how the state governs the K-12 education system in California. They essentially have stripped the current office of the state superintendent of almost all of its powers, and given it some new, what I call fuzzy cheerleading powers. And the one power that they do kind of get is they get a seat on the State Board of Education that they didn't have before. But the state superintendent used to oversee the day-to-day operations of the State Department of Education, which is a pretty, not a huge thing, but substantive, and they're stripped of that. And in lieu of that, the legislation established a new state level position called the Education Commissioner. This office this person will be appointed by the governor, and they will manage the day-to-day of the State Department of Education and will serve as the executive officer to the State Board of Education. And about 100 plus different specific powers sprinkled throughout California's education laws are stripped from the state superintendent and placed under this new commissioner position. It also takes the existing State Board of Education and expands it from 11 to 13 members. Currently, all of the state board is appointed by the governor. Under the new system, 9 of the 13 will be appointed by the governor. The head of the Senate and the Assembly, the 2 houses of the legislature, they will each get to appoint 1, bringing us to 11. And then the state superintendent will get a seat, bringing us to 12, and then they will retain the student board member position that's selected by the board as a whole. Oh, and by the way, the student position, they're now recruiting for a new one. And if you've got someone who's really good, it's an important position because that's student votes. So that, for those of you who are more visual learners, the way things currently work is the governor appoints the State Board of Ed, the state superintendent and governor are independently elected. And the state superintendent administers the State Department of Ed. Now, they're supposed to, by law, the state superintendent is supposed to take direction from the state board. But as I note in red here, they often ignore it and fight. And that means that it's hard to get things coordinated. And under the new system, the state superintendent will be over here with these fuzzy new powers, largely stripped of power, and everything else is really aligned under the governor. So what was already a pretty powerful office of the governor is now going to be even more powerful going forward, particularly when you realize the enormous powers that the governor has over the state budget process. We'll talk more about who's going to be governor toward the end here. So we're, cautiously optimistic that our next governor will be more friendly than Newsom towards charters, and that this could be helpful for us. But we'll never discount the power and influence of the California Teachers Association and California School Boards Association and others that don't like charter schools. So, at any rate, that's kind of the budget package, money and policy in a nutshell. If we look at where we are in the current legislative session, the legislature took most of July off. They came in for the last month of the 2-year legislative cycle. We have what's called a biennial cycle. The fiscal committees wrapped up on Friday, and basically they're in a mode now between now and August 31st, where the only thing both houses are doing is floor session. All the committee meetings are done unless there's some kind of emergency rule waiver. And they're spending all day from morning to night process what we call working the file. And they have a file with hundreds of bills that they're working through. And it's a, brutal end of session crunch. Fortunately for us this year in the charter world, we're not worried terribly about anything, whereas last year I was in the Capitol, almost every day past midnight and running around like a chicken with my head cut off. The bills that we're watching right now, one of the most important one is AB 2519. This is what I call a fix-it bill for the state teachers' retirement system. A couple of years ago, they ran another bill, AB 1997, that inadvertently would start to exclude a lot of charter school staff from CalSTRS starting next year. That scared the you-know-what out of us, so we worked with CalSTRS and the committee staff and the legislator who had authored the bill that messed us up in the first instance. She agreed to author this bill, Assemblymember McKinner. And even though she's a hardcore pro-labor, pro-CTA person, she's also pro-teacher. And she agreed to carry this bill. And the good news here is it is just pending one more vote on the Senate floor. It has no official opposition, and we're pretty confident that it will get through. Another area that we're concerned about builds on a bill from last year that calls for the California Teacher Credentialing Commission to create a statewide database of the names of people who have credible findings of what's called egregious misconduct. Think things like child sexual abuse and really icky stuff. And on the one hand, we're happy to have that list because this has been a real pain point for school employers, both school districts and charter schools, because of the enormous liability that you face and the difficulty of getting insurance for things like child sexual abuse and other things. But the unions, as you can imagine, aren't super happy about this. And they want a lot of protections for their members. And so this bill, in its original form, would have required school employers to go through all kinds of hoops and hurdles anytime they put somebody on the list. They've softened it a bit, but it's still very much in play. And we still remain concerned about it. It is waiting a final vote on the assembly floor. Whether it's going to get off, we don't know. And whether the governor will sign it, we don't know. But if it does get on the governor's desk, we'll probably be asking you guys to email the governor to ask for a veto if they don't fix some of these problems. Another thing that we had been watching was Senate Constitutional Amendment number 5. This is not a regular policy bill, but rather in California, the legislature can put constitutional amendments in front of the voters by enacting a constitutional amendment proposal. This was one by Senator Cortese from San Jose, who's never been much of a friend of charter schools, even though there are a lot of charter schools in his district. And what this constitutional amendment would do is, in years when state revenues spike, set some of that money aside in a reserve account to equalize funding among school districts. Now, it left charter schools out, even though we need the equalization money just like school districts. So I went and testified against the bill, got Senator Cortese pretty unhappy. We mobilized the charter schools in his district, and he has agreed to amend the language to include charter schools. Now, he did it so late, we're not sure he's going to be able to get it through, because in order for it to pass, they need a committee meeting. And as I said earlier, committee meetings are now done. So But we think this will come back in the future, and we're glad that Senator Cortese has agreed to include charters going forward. We're likely to see a bill mandating mask screening for K2 students. That one's not going to affect you guys very much, so I'll skip over it. They're also talking about passing legislation to mandate a new process for identifying English learners and requiring you to rely pretty much exclusively on the state's English proficiency test. Right now, there's room for teacher and parent judgment in the process. We're not very happy about this bill, but it's not one that we have much leverage over. So last one I'll talk about here. To me, this is a kind of interesting one from a board perspective. For the last year, the California School Boards Association has been running a package of 3 or 4 bills that essentially, in my view, sort of try to put the blame for low student achievement on the state rather than local school boards. And what this bill would do is require a working group to be created at the state level to measure the state's progress on closing the student achievement gap rather than schools' progress on it, as if closing the achievement gap is something that the state does. I just find this really odd that, you know, you would think maybe they would just say, we want more local control so that we can fix this problem because we're the ones that are supposed to fix this. But instead, this is sort of this weird, oh well, it is what it is. But I just thought it was kind of interesting what their perspective is about state versus local control and who's responsible. And to me, just the fact that they would run this tacit admission that we at the local level aren't responsible and don't have a role in student achievement, and we want to pass the buck back up to the state. And to a certain extent, you can't blame them given the, you know, increased state control over things. But it's a weird way to fight it. All right, winding up here, we have a big election coming up. A lot of it is pretty well, I think, set in stone, absent somebody blowing up on the front page of the newspaper. We've had some of that already. But it seems very likely that we're going to have Javier Becerra for our next governor. I worked with him just a tiny bit many years ago when he spent 2 years in the state assembly. And back then he was sort of the odd man out in the Latino caucus because he was a political moderate as a Democrat. And he was actually kind of helpful on charter stuff. Whether he's going to be like that, you know, as a governor, we don't know. But he sure will be influential and powerful if he wants to flex that new power that I talked about earlier that's been concentrated under that office. And the other good news for us is that the California Teachers Association did not back him. They backed first Eric Swalwell, who blew up, as many of you know, and then backed Steyer, who blew up. And we're kind of hoping that Becerra will have as long a memory as Governor Newsom did, but this time it might be helpful. Eleni Kounalakis, try to say that 3 times fast, is likely to be our next state treasurer. That's important for us because the state treasurer's office oversees the California School Finance Authority, which is an important source of school charter school facilities funding and facilities lending for us. She's been relatively friendly to us as well. And then the state superintendent's race, Richard Barrera, who is currently a board member of the San Diego Unified School District, and he's a bigwig in the construction unions down in San Diego and in labor politics statewide. We think he's very likely to win, and he's not very charter friendly. He's had to be sort of friendly to charter schools down in San Diego because they needed charter support to get the San Diego district bond measures passed and that sort of thing, but it's been pretty grudging support. So we're not confident he's going to be very supportive, but not gonna be a very powerful office either, so. Hopefully he can't do much damage to us. Whoops,
Oh.
don't know what happened there.
Well, Mark, we just put all of your buttons.
All done.
Okay, there we go. I'm gonna talk about 4 ballot measures that you're gonna see in November. There are a lot more that I won't talk about, but Prop 3 would permanently extend that income tax, that quote unquote temporary income tax surcharge that I talked about earlier. This is backed by the California Teachers Association. And while it's not massive, it is a significant amount of money. It usually brings in about 5 to 10 billion per year into the state treasury, of which roughly 40% ends up in our budgets. Then Proposition 40, this is a proposition backed by the Service Employee International Healthcare Workers arm of SEIU. And what it would do is levy a 5% one-time tax on the wealth of billionaires. Very controversial proposal. And it says that 90% of the money would go to healthcare. This has caused deep splits within the labor community. And there's a lot of opposition to this, but currently this is polling about 50-50. And it stands a significant chance of passage, but I think there will be a lot of spending against it late in the process here, and they'll probably kill it, but it's kind of iffy. There's real concern that this could lead to a lot of high net worth individuals leaving the state. We've already had a handful run off to Florida and Texas. And these people pay a lot of money in the state treasury, so that's in part why Governor Newsom and the other unions are opposing this. The theory is that SEIU had wanted to use this in the legislative process to negotiate a deal not really related to this, but they overplayed their hand, and now they're stuck with a measure that even they may not support, but the voters might. Prop 43, this would make it harder for local agencies like school districts and cities and towns to pass special additional levies. And back when Prop 13 was passed in the late 70s, it made it very difficult for local agencies to raise revenue. Then it got tweaked a little bit, and since then we've had a number of local agencies, especially school districts in rich areas, levy what are known as parcel taxes. So I live up in Tahoe Truckee area. There's tremendous wealth up there. And in addition to being a basic aid school district with way more money than normal district, on top of that, they also have a parcel tax. And the normal thought was that you needed a 2/3 vote to support those. But a few years ago, some folks found a legal loophole and a way to do a 50% local voter approval. This would close that loophole. And this, I think, is likely to get passed, and it reflects a compromise between anti-tax people and pro-tax people who essentially have agreed to retain the 2/3 threshold because the anti-tax people threatened to wipe out the whole thing, even if you had 100% voter approval. And then last but not least, Prop 2 would increase the cap on the state's larger non-education budget reserve, and could help the state navigate, this volatile revenue picture more. This is another one backed by both the legislature and governor. I think it's likely to pass. So those are kind of the biggies that, as I see it, on the November ballot. There's lots of other stuff, interesting congressional races. We've had redrawing of congressional boundaries. We also have legislative and a lot of local races. The entire lower house of the state assembly is up. All 80 of them are up for election, which is normal in a even numbered year because they're 2-year terms. And then half of the state senate is up for election. And what kind of concerns us about that and concerns us about many local elections, including here in Sacramento with the Sacramento County Board of Education, is that whereas maybe 10 years ago, we had a bunch of billionaires who liked charter schools pouring money into those races, they're not doing that anymore. The California Charter Schools Association, which used to spend millions and millions and millions each year on these elections, now has thousands instead of millions to spend in rough terms. And that has really changed the picture for us. And we're a little nervous, frankly, about, what are we going to end up with? The good news is I think we've done pretty well in the legislature the past few years. Some of this is locally, thanks to Angelique Ashby. Think whatever you might of her, she's been a real friend of us on charter matters. So to the extent that any of you have connections to her, make sure she feels the charter love on that. So that's as much as I was gonna say. I'm happy to dialogue if you have any questions or.
Thank you so much. Yes, Jeff.
Very good. Thank you. It's a very comprehensive presentation. I have a question. We have a very successful charter in Sac City. What's your estimate of how that's going to play out?
This is pretty complicated. Many years ago, when I first came to California, the school district down in Richmond went belly up. And ran out of money in May. And they closed the district. They just said, that's it for this year until we get more tax money, next year. And at the time I was working for the legislature and the chair of the lower house education finance subcommittee of the budget committee knew me very well. And he also represented Richmond. And he called me over to his office and he said, Eric, what do we do? And I said, take the district to bankruptcy court. And that will put you in a position, put the school district in a position where it can renegotiate its debt and can renegotiate its labor contracts and get out from under this. And I said, if you don't do that, then the school district's going to have to take out a loan. And instead of adults paying for the loan, kids will pay for the loan in terms of less services. And so they started down that path and the unions freaked out. And at the same time, parents sued the state and the judge required the state to just wire 50 million down to keep the district open for the rest of the year. The response by the state was to pass a whole bunch of complicated laws on school district fiscal oversight and bailouts. And under these laws, a school district that's running out of money can come to the state and ask for a loan. And the state legislature will pass a bill lending them money. But the condition of taking that loan, if it's a large one, and this would be a big one for Sac City, is that the local school board is stripped of all of its power and the county superintendent appoints a trustee to essentially become the dictator of the district until such time as most of the loan is paid off. Sac City has said, we don't want a loan. And now we're in the last few weeks of legislative session. So the question is, do they have enough cash to keep doors open or not? If they run out of cash, will the legislature pass a bill to lend them money? And if that happens in the fall while they're out of session, because their legislature is gone from end of August until January. Current estimates are they're likely to run out of cash sometime next spring. And the question is, at that point, will they ask for a loan? If not, might they go bankrupt and go into bankruptcy court? I don't think the unions want that to happen. And it hasn't happened in California for 40 some years. So there's a lot that could happen. What I would keep an eye on if I were a GCC board member is, are they going into this receivership mode where the county appoints a trustee? And is that trustee charter friendly or not? Particularly if you're for renewal. If they go bankrupt, is the bankruptcy judge charter friendly? And sort of who gets to retain control? Does the district board remain in control? Does an appointed trustee take control, or does a bankruptcy judge take control? And what is their perspective on charter schools? And do they give you a fair shake at renewal and oversight? Sac City has also, the woman who used to do the charter oversight left to go to work for a school district law firm, and they have a brand new staff person who reached out to me recently, but I barely know her. And it'd be a good idea, I'm sure Jason and others are reaching out. I have another one of our members up in Plumas County. It's a single countywide school district that went belly up and took a loan. And I've been spending time behind the scenes getting her in contact with the new trustee, who is relatively charter friendly, and even let them take control over a school building that the district no longer needs. So hopefully things will go reasonably smoothly for you. And it might chagrin the district enough to not give you such a bad time as it might usually during the renewal process. Great question.
Well, that's interesting. Would the trustee, if they were to have a trustee, a czar, would they be able to negate our charter?
I don't think so. But they would assume all of the powers of the governing board. And under normal circumstances, governing boards of school districts have an enormous amount of power over charter renewal. And if you don't like their decisions, your option is to appeal to the county board. And right now we have a relatively friendly county board of education vis-a-vis charters. But the California Teachers Association is not one of the more friendly charter board members off. Or, and Paul will lose his seat going forward, most likely. And while I think they'll still be more or less friendly, it's not as sure a bet going forward. And so that's a big concern with us.
Okay.
Anything else? Thank you so much. You brought us
Thank you.
some good information. And we're gonna make sure we're doing, following, and also looking at our practices. So
We appreciate everything you guys do, and I know you guys have been serving for a very long time. And appreciate everything all the staff do as well. I know it's not an easy lift, and many of your staff have been in leadership positions at the state level in various capacities. Jason, for example, Jason, I know is on the WASC, is on AXA, is on FICMAT, and God only knows what else can help you. But it's a heavy lift, and I know others here as well are doing similar. Appreciate it.
yes,
If there's two parents, do they both get pregnancy leave?
Yes. Yep, it's
Pregnancy
two.
disability, men and women?
It doesn't speak to sex or gender. I think it has to be an individual who is pregnant. So if you just look at it through the lens of, and pardon me if I say anything politically incorrect here, but if you look at it through a gender lens, it might be either under California law. If you look at it through sex, I presume they would be of the female persuasion.
yes.
Eric, we have a large population of especially Ukrainians that are here because of the war.
Yep.
Do you have any insight as to what might happen there and how it might affect?
Not a ton. What is clear, many of them are here, as I understand it, under a federal status known as TPS, or temporary protected status. My understanding is that the Trump administration has for example, Haitian folks under TPS revoked much of that. And I would keep a close eye on, is there any hint that that might happen, in the Ukraine? My sense is that the Ukraine has done extraordinarily well in recent months in terms of its military strategy and has put enormous pressure on Putin, but the Russian regime's willingness to withstand punishment is astounding. And whether this will loosen them up, I don't know. But if the Ukraine crisis were to be resolved, maybe a Trump administration would revoke that TPS. Maybe not, I don't know. I think Trump had a particular animosity toward Haiti and has used, very derogatory terms to describe the country.
Yeah.
I haven't, while he's beaten up on Zelensky, I haven't heard him beat up on the entire country of Ukraine. So but I would keep an eye on that if that's a big chunk of your enrollment, and I know it is.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Premack, and Madam President, staff would like to go ahead and entertain a board recess at this point.
Yes.
Okay with you?
Yes, we will have a board recess and we'll be returning later. It's about the box. Let's see. So thank you. So we will take a recess. Board at this moment.
She'll give us the sign now.
We are now back from recess and ready to go.
Madam President, we'll do a roll call to reestablish that the quorum is present.
Thank you. Roll call again to establish the quorum is present. Mr. Mark Anderson.
Here.
Mr. Harry Block. Mr. Bruce Mandrick.
Present.
Mr. Jack Turner.
Present.
And Lily Campbell. All board members are present and accounted for after our return from the break. And now we will continue on with our workshop.
Thank you, Madam President. Now, Laura Berrigan, our Director of Human Resources, is going to come and do our annual Human Resources update as well as our best practice compliance. So with that being said.
All right. Ms. Laura.
Hello, good afternoon. I hope you all had a nice break. And I've been told that I need to make this, cut it by half my time, so we're running a little bit behind. Today I'm going to be providing you with my annual report that includes personal compensation, familiar relations, and staff retention. I also want to point out that, the HR department is fully staffed, so that is a picture of the HR team. Okay, so staffing our schools continues to be our number one priority. We have been working really hard to make sure that on the first day of school, all of our classes were covered, and we are excited to announce that for the second year in a row, we have been able to have an educator in every classroom. That includes, having some of the substitutes for our vacant positions, but most of the positions now are being filled by GCC employees, and you will see that on our staffing. Again, as of August 11, we are up to 889 employees. This includes our substitutes. We have been working really hard to build our substitute pool because we understand that, it is a need. We need to have subs in order for, fill those absences when our employees are not present. So this summer, we onboarded a total of 30 substitutes, teachers. So the reason why our staff, continues to leave the GCC again is, they want to be able to have a better life and work and family balance. Many of them have relocated out of the area. This continues to be a trend in the last few years for us. And again, working a more flexible work schedule or working remotely. Some of the teachers that we lost this year went to another school that, provided them with the remote work. That picture is actually at a job fair that we attended at the University of the Pacific. And so our logo is out there. So for every student that was, at the event was able to see that we were one of the participants. And I'm pleased to announce that the SPED department actually hired 2 school psychologist interns from that event. So it was a really successful event. We continue to, again, attend university job fairs to be able to attract new employees. Vacant positions for the central office. Again, we do still have some of the vacant positions. Most of them are in our SPED department because our SPED department continues to grow. We've been having some challenges, filling those positions, but we are still actively, searching to make sure that those get filled. Okay. COA Elementary, in middle school, the middle school only has a 0.4 FTE opening, and that is a difference from last year. Last year, they actually started the school year with 2 vacant positions at the middle school. This year, they're fully staffed for the most part, except for, that 0.4 RSP.
Also with our COA Elementary, we do have a couple of positions that are still vacant. The first grade, it was a last minute resignation that we received at the beginning of the school year. And again, those hard to fill, like our Spanish and ELD. Epic is in a pretty good place this year. They currently only have two positions open. But again, we have those two positions filled with GCC substitutes while we continue to hire for that position, those positions. GIS, we were fully staffed for our regular classroom teachers, but then again, we had an employee who resigned the first week, leaving one of the fourth grade positions open. We continue to struggle getting, Russian and Spanish teachers. I believe that this is like the second year in a row that those positions are open. But again, we're continuing to advertise and work with our schools to get those filled. Higher Learning Academy. So Higher Learning Academy, they grew this year because their enrollment increased. And with that, it became a challenge about the last minute trying to fill, some of those positions due to their increased enrollment. But we're still working with the principal to make sure that we get those filled. But as of today, every position has, an educator in that class. Sac City has currently a 9 to 12 position that is open. And again, this is to a last minute resignation. They were fully staffed except for the RSP. It was an employee that needed to relocate due to family. And so now we're, we actually made an offer already. So hopefully that position will be filled soon. And for our Elk Grove, they're doing interviews for the IS teacher this week, and for RSP, we currently have vendors for those positions. And we actually have a few schools that are fully staffed this year, where is the first year in a while that we have schools that are fully staffed. One of them is Futures. They were actually able to fill the two vacant positions that they had coming from 2 years. They had the same two positions vacant for 2 years, and now they're fully staffed this year. Savannah Thomas is also fully staffed along with or CCCS academies. So we started a partnership with Scoot Education back in 22-23. We have continued that partnership because they are providing us with certificated support that help us, fill our long-term vacancies, or when an employee go on a leave of absence, we also reach out to them many times to get Teach Start educators to take up those vacancies. And they also help us with day-to-day absences, to minimize the disruptions and provide, support to students and staff. So for the 25-26 school year, they actually had 95% rate to fill all of our classes. So this has been a huge help for our schools, because that means that, every day we're able to provide them with an educator or a substitute so that, education continues as normal. Let me see. We currently have one long-term Teach Start fellow from Scoot Start working at our COA Elementary School. And so we like this partnership because, I will show you on the next slide about their Teach Starts. Let's make it. Going the wrong ways. Is it before this one? Yes, okay. So Scoot Education, they do have the Teach Start program where, many of those substitutes that come to our schools working on a vacancy or long-term substitute are able to get familiar with their school, develop those relationships with the students or staff, And then once they become intern eligible, they want to work at our schools. So you will be able to see from, the time we started our partnership with Scoot, how many interns we have hired from their Teach Start program. So this is the reason why we want to continue the partnership, because we want to continue to bring, educators as full-time employees of the GCC. Swing education, we use Swing for our classified support. Mainly when an employee goes on a leave of absence, if we do have a vacancy that we need to fill a temporary classified role. But what we use it for the most is to cover day-to-day after-school program. So our after-school program employees only work part-time. We have noticed in the last couple of years that, we do have a lot of employees, absent because many of them are students only working part-time. And so for that, we do need to have Swing assist us with day-to-day coverage for to meet the ratios for after-school program. 30-day substitute permit. So this is, something that we started with Superintendent Sample Vision of Teachers of Tomorrow. We started this in 23-24. We only have 3 classified employees take advantage of this. And so what we did is we have been reaching out to and working with our schools administrators to see who are their para-educators that already have a bachelor's degree who are interested in becoming a substitute teacher, and hopefully get them into one of the programs to be able to get an intern credential or become, fully credentialed. So as you can see, we have had a few employees take advantage of that. Just, at the beginning of this school year, we actually had 3 para-educators from last year that got during the summer their sub permits and transition this year to be just a substitute. Last year with as we continue to see how we could support our sites, we created the preferred substitute teachers. And so this provides for GCC substitutes an opportunity to work every single day and receive medical benefits. For this year, we actually have a total of 8 preferred substitute teachers that are working at our schools, filling those positions that are vacant. For the credential program, as part of, we continue to grow and make sure that we hire qualified certificated teachers. We started tracking how many interns we have, how many teachers we have participating in teacher induction. And so anyone that receives an intern credential is good for 3 years. And during those 3 years, they have to be able to complete the requirements of their program to get a preliminary credential. As you can see, for 25-26, we had a total of 30 teachers that had an intern credential. This year, we're starting again with 30 teachers, that have intern credential. Once they receive their preliminary credential, the preliminary credential is good for 5 years, and during those 5 years, they have to complete 2 years of teacher induction. And so for 25-26, we have a total of 40 employees that were participating in teacher induction. And starting with 26-27, we have 31 teachers that are, participating in teacher induction. Teacher induction is provided with partnership with SCOE. And so, again, it's a program that we provide to our teachers to be able to make sure that they clear their credential. And we actually had a total of 15 teachers last year that completed their 2nd year of teacher induction. And so, starting this year, they now have a clear credential. And then you can see, what schools they are working at. Part of the intern program, we do have 13 MOUs, partners with universities and county office of education. Again, we continue to work with our university and county office of beds to make sure that we are able to bring those interns to fill all of our teacher vacant positions. Key personnel. Again, we have board policy 809 that is a compensation review to ensure best practices in compensation management, help us maintain transparency in salary placements and provide a structured process for reviewing superintendent and executive cabinet level salaries. Some of the positions that we have tend to be different from other school districts or charter schools, as well as the benefits, calendars, and years of experience. So what you're gonna see next is just, the base salaries for those positions. So for the superintendent, CEO, those are positions, salaries of superintendents for similar size. And we also have our executive cabinet level for our assistant superintendent and chief business officer. Familiar relations. Again, GCC does have board policy 1013 and consistent with this principle. HR maintains a list of familiar relations to ensure that employees are being hired, evaluated, and advanced on the basis of individual merit, without regard to race, sex, religion, sexual orientation, national origin, or any other factor unrelated to the professional qualifications or performance. We currently have about 81 employees that we are aware of in HR that have familiar relations. So again, just like for, you were asking about our students, how do they, come to our schools? For our employees, or employees go out, talk to their family about, how great of an organization we are, that we have, competitive salaries and benefits, and that's how we attract those employees to come and work for us. And so you have slides that show, our employees again, and this is come from, employees that have familiar relations. We have others that were like, okay, I think this person is related to this person, but we don't have confirmation. So as we get that, we will update it for next time. Staff retention update. I know that Mr. Sample already, provided you with some information, but for the 25-26 school year, for certificated employees, we had a total of 400 full-time for 85. We hired 93, and then we had a total of 98 separations. So that's a retention of 80%, and this includes, those employees that left due to the budget cuts impact. For classified, 357, you can see that we started downsizing from the previous year, and we had a total of 46 new hires and 67 separations. Again, these are just some full-time equivalents. So our percentages, remain the same for our classified support. And so that's all that I have for you. Do you have any questions for me?
Any questions, board members? Well,
No.
it's pretty clear.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you so much
Thank you.
for the information.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Now we're going to move to our Empowering Possibilities International Charter Oversight report. Assistant Superintendent Elliott.
Good afternoon. It's good to see everyone.
Good afternoon.
So today's report is a simple update talking about the annual oversight visit done by Yolo County Office of Education for Empowering Possibilities Charter School. We are officially in good standing based on their evaluation for the 25-26 school year. And you can see just some basic demographics here. Everything you see in this slide are things that they noted in their report. So things that you as the board obviously know where we stand with enrollment, grade spans. But I've kind of repeated a few things here just to highlight what stood out to them. As far as compliance and fiscal health, when you look at fiscal health, they said we have a positive budget certification, clean audits, no material findings in the 25-26 audits, and our multi-year projections look strong from the business office. So there were no concerns at all on the fiscal end. Reserves were also met. When you look at operational compliance, we've done a very good job across the board at timely submissions of all proper paperwork and documentation. I want to affirm Ms. DeMarco for that, along with the business office, because there's a lot of documents on a monthly basis that they are responsible for submitting, and we do a very good job at meeting deadlines. We're adhering to all statutory expectations, and they did note under operations improvements with facilities, with the new TK facility and learning center, along with some library improvements. So it's nice when authorizers walk on campus and say, well, those are cool things that you're doing to make better learning spaces for kids. Authorizer oversight, this is just a overview of what they're going to continue to do. They have consistently done their annual site visit with us to look at our fiscal status and our academic programs. They provide ongoing technical assistance. We have multiple groups from Ed Services that I know participate in Yolo County meetings. And then we have an active MOU that covers all the legal compliance and guidelines we need to have in our MOU that we get signed after our charter is successfully renewed with them after each 5-year term. And then key initiatives and what comes next. This is what stood out to them during their visits. Extended care. We have an amazing before and after school program at Epic. It's one of our schools that does offer 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. And roughly 50% of the students and families that go to Epic participate and take advantage of this. And what a savings to our families and what a benefit for them to come to Epic. And I think that really stands out when authorizers see that kind of service to our community. Career integration. If you've ever met the counselor at Epic, Ms. Police, she is fabulous. She has a passion for work-based learning, career exploration, and they build it into everything they do to make sure those kids are being workforce prepared while even in elementary school. And that stood out to Yolo County. Community schools, they can obviously see the support we provide families through wraparound services and community partnerships. And then school culture, Dr. Kosh does a great job focusing on student connection and positive outcomes for students. When you walk that campus, and I know the Yolo County folks felt it, it's a positive vibe, it's a friendly vibe, and it is an academic focused vibe when you walk on campus. And they were very proud of what they saw, hence our good standing status. Quick presentation, but if you have any questions on Yolo County's annual report, I'm happy to take them. But again, good standing, good report, strong authorizer relationships with Yolo County. Very proud to present that to you guys today.
Just to add to that, we visited Epic last week before, second day of school. And we saw everything, personally saw everything that this report saw.
Good.
It is in good standing, board members. It really is, and they're doing a yeoman's job over there. And the 2 new programs are just great. The pre-kindergarten.
Yep, the TK is growing, and we're going to keep
yeah.
growing it because it's a good support for that community.
So I acquiesce everything you said, Epic. It really looks good. Thank you.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Elliott. Now I'm going to call up Steve Dillon to report on our Title IX and UCP.
I'll let you figure it out. There we go. It's not going for
Okay. Yeah, it's been doing it all morning.
Good afternoon, everyone. I will also do a quick report out on Title IX and UCP. So I just want to first start off with saying that I, as the Director of Special Ed and Student Services, will be the designated complaint officer for Title IX and UCP moving into this school year and supporting with that. It made sense from the lens that I get involved in student complaints, and then sometimes it's student and staff. So I work with HR very collaboratively in that lens. So for me to serve in that capacity. We have 2 board policies, one that governs our UCP, which is the board policy BG 1312.3 for UCP, and then board policy SS 5145.71 for Title IX. So those are the 2 board policies that we utilize when we are looking at these complaints and figuring out ways to resolve them. All of our staff is notified through our handbook on UCP and Title IX complaint procedures and how it works. And our parents and guardians are notified through our annual notifications that go out to families at the beginning of school year. And then looking at this past school year, 25-26 school year, we had no complaints that were received under UCP. We did have one Title IX complaint that was received. It was addressed and resolved. And then as far as non-UCP, so parents reaching out to the central office for complaints, there were 32 total complaints received, 27 were resolved. We still have 5 that are pending. And then this year we had no formal complaints to our authorizers or CDE. And that was the short and simple presentation.
Good news, yes, Mr. Jack.
That's a quick question. Thank you for your presentation. Can you give me an example of a non-UCP complaint?
Yes.
What would it be?
Well, what do I want to use right now?
Because you can't be identified.
I know. Which one would I want to use? Let's just say that the site parent or guardian has reached out to the site to an issue that may be in the classroom with a teacher. And they felt like the administration did not resolve that issue, so they'll likely reach out to us at the GCC level to work on resolving that. So then somebody from here works collaboratively, and this year Myra is supporting me with that. We'll work collaboratively with the administration on trying to figure out and find a resolution to that complaint.
Yeah, the only reason I ask is the number of it just kind of jumps out at you.
Yeah.
Because you don't have really complaints in the other areas.
Yes. Yeah, so they're all very informal. Parents do rush sometimes to quickly call the district, if I use that word, so they just want to quickly file those complaints with the district office. So that's usually the reason we receive those, but likely we're able to connect back with the site and resolve the issue.
So Director Turner, just to add to that, oftentimes that number is large because it really is they're coming to superintendent's office or the central office before they're actually following the
Okay,
procedure.
before they file.
Yet we still track that to understand what complaints are coming in. And most of those are being handled at the lower level. An example, a kid threw sand in another kid's eye on the playground. They'll call the superintendent because said about that. That is a site level thing that is handled at that lower level. But that was not a real.
Other questions?
Thank you. That was good.
All right, so. Well, now we get to the
meat. Okay, let's go update.
We get to the meat and potatoes, so Omira Reyna, our chief business official, is going to come and do the really deep dive, as I shared during the superintendent's update, that she will go into the detail of kind of our budget and our fiscal update. So with that being said, Omira.
All right, well, good afternoon and welcome to the last presentation. I am going to go over a little bit of the enacted of anything that our CSDC president Eric Premack did not cover. A lot of my slides kind of cover the same thing, so I'm gonna kind of go a little quickly on some of those just because you've already heard it. So I'm gonna talk about the enacted budget, enrollment and ADA trends over time, multi-year projections, and then just looking ahead on what we should be looking for. He went over a lot of the concerns on the state of the current economy, but overall economy continues to expand, but outlook has become more uncertain. And he touched on that. He talked about the AI and technology markets. He talked about just some of the things that are happening in the world with that impact. The Department of Education with CDE, he talked about all those components. So I won't bore you with the same information. I think the only thing that I want you to get from this slide is the bottom piece, the budget revised part on deferring 3.9 billion in Proposition 98. Most of the other things he already talked about. So it's really the underestimating of the revenue and then owing us money still at the end and not knowing when we're gonna get it paid back. So I'll go a little bit more into this in a future slide. He talked about all these federal level. I think the only one he didn't touch on was the insurance market instability, wildfires, recovery costs, climate related disasters. So as we know, California is a state that has a lot of wildfires, so that is a concern also on top of the technology and federal and all that good stuff. He also mentioned that this is historic high level. This just shows in the last 3 years where we're at funding and how we are receiving significantly more money in the current year. Oops. So this is a slide I want to focus on. I think he didn't touch too much on Proposition 98 SETLA. So this shows how long it takes for us to get final revenue numbers for 24-25. So this chart illustrates 24-25, how much it was estimated at 115.3 billion. And then we were by revised estimates, we were at 119.9 for that given year for 24-25. We were funded at 18. They still owe us 1.9, and then now it's the certified level this year. So it takes 3 to 4 year cycle before we know exactly how much the final revenue number is. And so we are owed, if you look at the notes on the right side, for 24-25, they still owe us 6.9 billion, the state, for education. And for 25-26, right now we're at 3.9. That was in that earlier slide. So from this slide, that's really what I want you guys to take away is, and I like this quote. It says, "We know we owe schools money from the settle up, but instead of paying it all right now, we'll figure out how much we can afford to pay later based on how much more revenue the state actually has." So they do talk about.
That's bottom line.
So school services really talk about the new formula of how they would determine payback. So that's been a concern that advocacy groups have been fighting in. Okay, when are we going to get our money? And we don't have an uncertainty. It's uncertain to when we're going to get paid. So the new formula, and it's not very promising, and I'll tell you why, is figure out how much more money the state has. So basically based on the estimated revenues, if we exceed, which we have been seeing that in the last couple of years. But again, remember what Premax said on the bubble. And if we don't see increase in revenues, what will happen then? So this is assuming we have a positive outlook on state revenues. New revenues minus other required obligations, which is like the reserved stuff that they have to put into, equals money available for settle up payments. The state then appropriates 33% of those funds to repay the settle up obligation. So settle up obligations are deposited into the reserve, and legislators has to then appropriate the funds. And so we could see that back as a categorical program. We could see it back as an LCFF increase augmentation. So it really depends on the legislators and how they appropriate those funds. So that's important for you to know. And I like this slide. So you had Governor Brown trying to take that wall down, and then you have Governor Newsom just creating that wall of debt back up. So now he's gonna leave them with that.
Yeah.
With that new debt. Oh, did I go backward?
No, it was me.
Oh, sorry. Some risks to Prop 98. I think he touched on a lot of them, macroeconomic factors, geopolitical tensions. You guys asked questions on those too. Settle up obligations and timely debt payments pretty much is what I want you to take off this slide. This is just a snapshot of our LCFF COLA. He went over this. Statutory COLA is a 2.87, additional 1.44 to 4.31. So, and then those are the programs that receive COLA. And he also talked about student support professional discretionary block grant. I guess I could share that our 4% one time on the salary off the salary schedule is being paid out of this. It's an appropriate teacher recruitment and retention. As you know, it's flexible, it's discretionary, but we're using it for a one-time purpose. So we don't get ourselves into a pickle. And so that's kind of what I want you to take from that slide. He touched on special education and the additional funding. So being really strategic on spending and student outcomes of needs, and then also relieving what we can from the general fund contribution. So those are, he spoke a lot on, this is historic high. So on the very first circle, it tells you it's a 43% increase of per ADA. So that's a significant amount.
If you go back to the last one, started with declining enrollment, you see that?
Yeah, charters with declining enrollment in the next 5 years must hold a public hearing. So that's part of this. If we do have a school site that's having declining enrollment, we'll have to hold a public hearing on plans to address declining enrollment impacts on the LAA. How are we addressing that? What are we doing? Those kind of things. So we will review what needs to be updated and bring that back to you guys.
Okay.
So it's probably going to be like seabeds to seabed states, because the enrollment fluctuates depending on what
Yeah,
you're looking
right,
at.
seabed.
So it'll be a seabeds to seabed state. So we will bring that back if we need to.
Okay.
Okay. You can go on, there you go. I'm not gonna go too much into the ones that have not changed. So Prop 28 is still the same. It's on a 3-year cycle, expanded learning opportunities. We've always hit the rate 1. And this is 2-year cycles. So if you're awarded, basically you have 2 years to spend the award. The top one, and you have 3 years. Community schools has an ongoing investment. He talked about this of $1 billion. So I won't go over the details of that, but here are the consortiums and how that impacts us. So we have 3 consortiums: CCCS, Futures, and Sav-Sac City. Futures really touches all the seat-based schools, and Sav-Sac City is more for the independent schools, excluding CCCS because they're their own. The other funding that we're getting that's additional one time is the Universal Preschool Planning Grant and the Pre-Kindergarten Planning and Implementation Grant. We received those in the past couple years. We're getting another round. Again, this is money that's coming, and so we will take it to implement a program. I'm not really gonna go over these. This is just the kitchen infrastructure. They're doing another one time. We have our student nutrition through Twin Rivers for GIS, COA, Futures, and HLA. We are our own student nutrition lead under Epic for that school because Twin Rivers pulled out of that one. So that one we did apply previously for the kitchen infrastructure money, and we weren't able to receive it. So we will continue to apply to see if we are eligible. And universal school meals, obviously that's an ongoing program. They continue to prioritize reading difficulty, risk screening, funding, and implementation. That is continuing. Change in timing: cannot administer the screening to kindergarten students prior to the 91st school day. So that's new. By January 31st, 2027, guidance to be developed related to screening. So our Ed Services Department leads that work. Our literacy coach and reading specialist, we have 3 schools that are receiving this funding. This is just additional to the existing grantees. So there was additional funding that they decided to allocate to this, so we will see an uptick of that. Okay. Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant, they're just paying the last 2 years of what they owe us on that. That's really restricted. What we use it for here at GCC is for summer school. So this past year, we applied all these funds directly to support summer school expenditures. Dual enrollment, CCAP in middle and early college. They're getting an additional 100 million one-time investment. So again, this continues to be one time. That's additional funding. The next 3 are 3 new competitive grants that I think would benefit our organization. The first one is 100 million one time to support newcomers, English learners, and immigrant students. Again, this is a competitive grant, so we will have to apply for that. And the second one up at or it's actually the 4th one, but on the first one on the second half of the page, California High School Dream Resource Center Grant. Enacted budget appropriates 75 million one time to support undocumented students and those of mixed status families. Again, this is a competitive grant. Partnerships with community-based organizations to provide academic counseling, financial aid, navigation, and legal assistance. So this would be a good pair up with the community school grants. Okay. Student experiencing homelessness, enacted budget appropriates 116 million one time to support students experiencing homelessness. Again, this is a competitive grant. Funds to be used for tutoring, professional development, for educators, referrals for health services, transportation assistance, and other assistance needed to enable students to fully participate in school. So those are 3 grants that we will be on the lookout for when applications are due, so we can maximize our funding for our students.
So good. So we will be putting in funding for those.
Yes, we will be
Great.
looking out to see when those are due, so we
Okay.
can get
Fantastic.
see if we can get them. So this slide, I really just want you to focus on for me to communicate with you on the educator investment. There's millions and millions of dollars being thrown into different programs in order to increase the teacher pipeline. So a lot of these are going to organizations outside of us, but we have, I want to say in the past 3 years, we've had about 1 or 2 people that are getting the stipend that is on the very first bullet. And so if there's different programs that are in place to increase the interest in paraeducators becoming teachers, teacher support in furthering their education. So these are just initiatives that you can read on what's out there and what the state is doing in order to increase the teacher pipeline. The multi-year projections is really just what multi-years are not, are predictions or forecasts measuring sticks for wrongness. So multi-year projections are based on assumptions and their projections based on those given assumptions. Assumptions change from probably quarterly or so. So every time there's a governor's update, there's new dartboards, there's new assumptions. We use those assumptions to create the multi-year. And those are some of the assumptions that we regulate. He spoke on the new mandate, which was the 14 weeks of pregnancy disability. What I do want to highlight, in addition to what Eric Premack shared, was the potential impact to GCC. We participate in state disability, and so we do get that support, unlike school districts that might not participate in state disability. We are just making the employee whole from whatever they're receiving from state disability. So that is a benefit that we are participating in state disability. You just wanted to point that out. I'm not gonna go over too much on the charter oversight. I think he went over it extensively in terms of the scrutiny that now mandates our authorizers to ask for more documentation, more visibility, more transparency. We are looking more and more like school districts and yeah, we currently have 2 or 3 systems already where we upload information to make sure that that communication is clear and submitted and documented. So I think Twin Rivers has a platform, Sac City has a platform, does Elk Grove have a platform? And Elk Grove has a platform. So there's platforms where we upload, they put in all the requests, kind of like an audit checklist, and then we just upload everything there, and Melissa obviously will be coordinating, you know, visits and whatever needs to happen in that sense. So we are being covered with this new mandate. Okay, this is the same thing. Now I'm going to talk about the ADA over time, and so I have the last 3 years and the future current year and then a future year, just so you have comparisons. And so for the independent study schools, you can really see that there has been a drop from 24-25 to 25-26. That's due to the new trainings, new guidance that we've received in terms of trying to make sure we're compliant. We are these are really made up of 3-year averages. So usually I go back 3 years to kind of see what the average P2 ADA to enrollment. The enrollment number is always the CBEDS number. What that has been historically to kind of determine where I feel we will be in the current year. Obviously, for the independent study schools, I used more of a P1 to P2 trend to kind of see where we were, in addition to looking at the full year, working with principals, working with our assistant Sue Joy Tepoy to really determine what those numbers will be for the current year. Okay.
Mara,
Yes,
on your enrollment figure there,
can you go back?
is that P1?
No, this is a P2. These are actual P2 numbers up through 25-26.
Okay, and this year is just what we have now.
For 26-27 is our enrollment that we adopted. So that's not a CBEDS number, that's an estimate. And then our ADA is for the seat-based schools is 3 year. So you take the 3 years and you take a weighted average, and that's what I use for the ADA. For the independent study school, since we did see a shift, I'm using last year's. I looked at P2 numbers, and then I looked from P1 to P2 to see what changed, if there was anything, and then worked with principals to determine that number. Okay. I'm gonna go over the multi-year projections. So for the current year, this is the adopted multi-year projections. And what we did for adopted budget this year, which has been different, we've never done this methodology of budgeting before, which we did a zero-based budgeting in order to you know, fit within our budget means. And so those were very difficult conversations, as I mentioned in our adopted budget presentation, but we were able to balance our unrestricted resources. And then you can see our restricted resources have a large beginning balance. And so I'll kind of go over what those balances are made of. The bigger programs, I'll focus on the bigger programs. So for CCCS, the balance on the restricted, so you see we're starting with 1.4 million. That's comprised of the community schools grant. You also have some CSI dollars. We have the literacy and reading coach grant that they received. So they're one of the participants that received that funding. And then we obviously have the student support professional development discretionary block grant. That's a long sentence. and the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant. So you have those two block grants that are in there. Plus you have CC SPP, which is Community School CSI, and the Literacy GD. So you can see how we still will have $1 million that rolls over into the following year. Okay. For Sava, this is Sava Twin Rivers. We adopted the enrollment at 255. They're currently at 253. Attendance percentage is 74.22. And this one, in the fund balance on the restricted side, we did struggle a little bit to balance the current year. We're still working with the site to see what else can be cut. There is a lot of changes from adopted budget to first interim, so I'm hoping that we're able to clear that at first interim. But for the restricted side, you have Golden State Pathway, you have CSI, and then the two block grants that I mentioned earlier. I won't rename them just because the name is huge. Okay, Sava Sac City. Same thing, we have actually a surplus there. From some of the reductions that were made. And from the restricted side, you have Golden State Pathway, you have community schools. This is one of the consortiums for community schools. You have the two one-time block grants and then CSI in the balances that are rolled. Okay. For Sava Elk Grove, we are at adopted enrollment was at 350. Enrollment as of 8/14 was 299. We are still working with the principal to figure out if we are going to decrease our enrollment number for first interim or if we're going to continue. The changes between, so what we're looking at currently for independent study schools is where were they last year at the beginning for the last 3 years? Where were they the first week and where were they at CBEDS? And so they range from like 38 to 130. And so there's a huge discrepancy of how many students we see at the beginning of the school year to where we are at CBED. So we're working closely with principals to understand what's happening at their school. Do they have a lot of interest right now? Do they think they're going to meet that goal in order to determine if we're going to keep that enrollment number or not? In the restricted side of the house, you have Golden State Pathway, you have the two block grants and CSI. For Community Outreach Academy, the adopted enrollment is 1921. Enrollment as of last Friday is 1838. There is a wait list on the elementary side of 51 students. So we think that the elementary site will bring that number up. We anticipated more students staying at COA Middle School from CCCS TK8 and incoming students from COA Elementary, excuse me, that did not show up the first week. So we do have a drop in the middle school side, but we will have an increase or makeup of the elementary students from the elementary campus. Their attendance percentage is 94.16. And some of the projects that happened this last year, we had a new playground at the COA Elementary campus. And then if you've been over to Dudley C, their courts and outside area look beautiful. And that's been completed. And then we have pending renovations for that COA middle school potential purchase or rehab grant that we will discuss later. And for the restricted side of the house, again, you know, we worked on zero-based budgeting to ensure that their unrestricted was balanced. So there was cuts that were made to almost every school. I think COA did not experience cuts because they had good amount of money that was that's always been kind of set aside for facilities. And so they were able to maintain their funding. For the restricted side, you have ELOP and then the two block grants that are in that fund balance. As you can see for these schools, it's a little bit less than the independent study schools. That's because there's more one-time grants in there that are in the fund balance. For futures, our enrollment is at 363. As of Friday, adopted enrollment is at 380. Again, we will be working with the principal to ensure we understand what's happening. Is there a wait list? You know, are we waiting for kids to enroll? What's going on? There was a loss in 25-26. I anticipate that that's going to be a permanent loss, because once we lose those students, it's hard to bring them back. And so, that is. I'm trying to think, okay. The 1.6 is actually the field, so there is a 1.6 allocated to a 6,000 account. We are looking to, do a field at the RDP campus. We applied for Prop 2. We applied for the charter facility grants. We were not awarded those this round. There is another round that we will apply for again. But we will most likely get started with this project. Obviously, we will bring it to you for approval before we move forward. The restricted side of the house, this is the other site that has the consortium of community schools. And the other component that they have is the dual enrollment, early college, middle college of fund balance that rolls in that number. But the bulk of that number is community schools. They are at attendance percentage of 92 and 92%. So for HLA has a negative balance on both the restricted and unrestricted, partly because of the field. So about 1/4 will come out of ELOP. So ELOP, they have a lot of ELOP carryover that we need to, they're always kind of on the cusp of not meeting that 2-year cycle I was talking about in the earlier slides on program. And so we want to make sure that we utilize that funding for their field. So 25% of it is coming out of the restricted side of the house. The other 25% will come out of unrestricted, and that's why you see that negative there, and the net increase decrease because they're using some of their fund balance to cover that. On the restricted side, you also have carryover for the block grants, and this school also received the literacy and reading coach funding. So that's what those balances are made up of at the bottom. For GIS, adopted enrollment was 700. Enrollment as of last Friday was 662. This school, we decided to create the CSDC class at this particular school and not COA Elementary, which initially where we were going to create this. And so that has taken up a classroom that potentially has an impact of 20 students below the adopted enrollment number. So again, we're working with the site to ensure we have the most correct and latest enrollment number so we can update for first of the room. The attendance percentage is one of the highest, being a close tie to COA is 94.11. And just want to point out that we've completed the renovation project of the 4 portables, 2 new TK classroom, bathrooms, shade area, and field for students. And if you've been out there, it looks beautiful. And we're very happy for that. On the unrestricted side of the house, you see the 452 in the first year and then 500 in the future years. That's to replenish their fund balance. That was part of the agreement of using reserves in order to fund this, is that they were going to save up those dollars in order to replenish the reserve. On the restricted side of the house, we have one-time funding of the 2 block grants that I mentioned earlier, learning emergency recovery, and the student support professional development block grant. So, but you can see that the numbers are much smaller. Epic, I believe, is our last one, and they started with an adopted enrollment number of 420. They are at 408 as of Friday. Their attendance percentage is 93.62. They've expanded into the three suites already downstairs. One of them belonged to CCCS West Sac campus that we had to close that satellite, but Epic took on that suite. They've also expanded into another suite where they built TK classrooms and bathrooms. And now they also have a downstairs area where they will have their office, their main office will be downstairs for accessibility for parents and families, and of course, area for classrooms in case we need to expand. We're balanced on the unrestricted side of the house. On the restricted side, you have the 2 block grants, and then this site also received the literacy and reading coach funding. So that is, and then we're at the end. So looking ahead, we have first interim budget meetings where we will true up placements. So from adopted to first interim is usually the most changes you see. From first interim to second, it's pretty stable, but obviously there's a lot of movement in personnel at the end of the year and at the beginning of the year with placements, etc. So we will update the budget for first interim. We are in the process as we speak of closing prior year's unaudited actuals. That will be our next board presentation in September to present our unaudited actuals. And we will continue to monitor the settle up payments and the state revenue. And then also looking to see what's happening at the federal Department of Education. As you know, the current administration has wanted to close it. They've reduced 40% of staff, but lots of it has been transfers to other federal agencies. So it's not really going away, it's just kind of moving away from the jurisdiction of where it's at currently. And then, of course, Eric Premack talked about this and how this really does shake up school finance, and that is Proposition 3, which is the extension of Prop 30 and 55, which is about 5. He said, I think he gave us a little bit lower numbers. School services is saying 5 billion to 15 billion per year, with 40% of that going to education. And then, of course, we are in the race for a new governor. So let's hope they're pro-education and they continue to prioritize our students. And I will entertain any questions, comments.
Yes, all right, Mr. Bruce.
First of all, a lot of good information, and the roller coaster continues.
Yes.
State funding, federal funding, so forth. But I really think Meyer and the superintendent staff really done a fabulous job. GCC is stable. Your right sizing, I think, has come out very well.
Yeah.
We still have good reserves, and I think we're in a very good position. One of the things that Eric brought up was a big surge of funding in special ed. And the problems with our maintenance of efforts. Will that really help us in the general fund budget, or?
So the one test that we will most likely not pass is going to be the local contribution test. So the local, there's an expectation of how much we've contributed to special education to serve that population of students. And so that number will obviously decline if you have more state revenue. And so I anticipate, and we had Valerie and I, the director of business services, had a conversation with him afterwards, that we expect we won't pass that for a couple years until we kind of catch up. We kind of grow into the funding. And so he anticipates about 85 to 90% of school districts will not pass 2 of the 4 tests because of it.
Is that a fixed dollar amount, or is that a percentage of funding?
It's usually a percentage of, yeah.
Because we've been trying to get to 40% of funding, and it still hasn't happened. So it's a percentage.
Yes.
Thank you, Laura. Very informative. And with the special ed, what I heard was that we, as far as meeting as the test of spending in that, we can kind of kick the can down the road for a couple of years, that we will pass the test and so forth.
Yeah, you have to pass one of the 4 tests in order to meet MOE. And so we anticipate we'll be able to pass 2 of the 4 and eventually grow into the local contribution one in a couple years from now.
All right. Correct me if I'm wrong on this, but in listening to your presentation, there was somewhat of a theme in there on attendance. With the exception of maybe higher learning, which is appear to have an increase. Our traditional kind of powerhouses, GIS and COA elementary, have stagnated as far as their growth is concerned. And in other areas, it's iffy, either decline or just barely
Yes.
maintaining the level. I think there's a message in that somewhere, if I'm wrong. Because
No, I think you're on the right track. I think we do a lot of advertisement and targeted advertisements. I think that and maybe Joy can speak a little bit on this. We've tried to accommodate most of our wait lists. Do we have any big wait lists anywhere?
We still have some wait lists both at COA and GIS and
Would-
now at HO.
Which will help mitigate some of those numbers. So as students don't show up, new kids from the wait list will then be called to come back, or have been already called to come back to enroll in our schools if they've been waiting to get in.
Well, I've always kind of been bullish on growth and so forth, and maybe I'm gonna change my tune a little bit. It just appears to me that we're looking at a kind of a little different environment that we're moving into.
Yes, I think we gotta proceed with caution, and I think that in the last 2 years, we've seen that, and obviously, that's why we have our communications department really involved in marketing and making sure that they're targeting the populations that need to be targeted in terms of having our kids served and our community served. So I think school districts across this area are seeing a decline. And so the fact that we are at least trying to stay stable is a good sign. But yeah, it's something to be cautious about.
Bruce and I come from the old school on school budgeting that his comment about reserves, that in some of the sites, that's always has to be one of our main priorities, is to maintain those reserves for contingency. We can't, we'll just say, if you push it a little too much, then we get in a situation where we don't have the reserves to cover the
An
cost.
emergency, yeah, and we don't have that runway that school districts have where they get funded in the prior year. If they have a decline in the current year, they have the protection that funds them at least from whatever they were funded last year. We don't have that luxury, and so if we have a decline, then we have to address it right away.
And to kind of echo Eric, I think the new mantra is that charter schools are going to be under scrutiny. And I think fiscal stability is going to be one of the main criteria. No sponsoring LEA wants to be tied to a charter that is in fiscal difficulty. I just will throw that out.
Yeah, and I think this last year with our independent study schools, if we didn't have those kind of reserves, it would have been a much different conversation last year. And I think that we eased them in, even though it was a painful process. I think those reserves did help.
I have
right.
a question, but
Yes.
it's not really a question, probably, it's about homeschooling. Can you homeschool a special ed student?
I think if a parent or a family decides to
If-
do this, yes.
Yeah,
They
if it's
can.
an IEP and it has been agreed upon, you can do it. If the parents and the staff figure that this is necessary and this is what they want, as long as it's an IEP and the child is all of the provisions that the child needs provided for, that it can be homeschooled.
And I think even then we
Yeah.
will provide, like, for example, I think the closest to a home program would be Connections. And we do provide a case manager and paraeducators that support these families in terms of minutes and what have you. So there is still some laws behind that we have to accommodate if they decide to take the
Exactly.
services.
Do they pay the parent for doing this?
No.
No, but you pay for the services that the child needs. If
Yes.
there's special services that the child needs, like if a child needs to go to Los Angeles and the IEP team decides that's what they do, we pay for that child to go to Los Angeles to a special school there or whatever.
So like, for example, right now we have connections and we have to pay for a teacher of record, right? So they have an independent study teacher that we have to pay for. Even though the parent is a primary support at home, they still might need some guidance from a teacher of record. So they have a teacher of record, and then if they're on an IEP, they also have a case manager that will support them in terms of meeting the IEP requirements. Right, so if they need speech, let's say they
Yeah.
need speech and they need some counseling, mental health services, then those minutes would be provided on our dime. So we do cover the services for them.
Whatever they need.
The parent is just a support at home.
And so those are the expenses that we see that are like RSP teachers in the virtual setting, a virtual speech language pathologist. Those are services that we provide to the students. So Joy, you want to share a little bit more about how that works from the
It
education?
works in a virtual setting, much like it does in a regular setting, except it's on Zoom.
No
So
parents.
they will have a time set aside during the week to meet with the RSP teacher. The parent is often present with that, or they will meet with the RSP parent to work on their goals, their curriculum, and or with the speech therapist. It's also virtual. Sometimes if it is OT, then those have to be provided in person.
Everything that the child needs, as long as it's an IEP, we have to provide it, whatever it is, at home or whatever. Or in a special day class. Thank you so very, very much, and we'll just wait for. I guess your next is in September, we have that
Yes.
the audit report. All right. We are now getting ready for our closed session. Do we have any public comments on closed session items?
No public comments at this time.
No public comment session. We will be going into closed sessions on items 1, 2, and 3. Anticipated litigation, government code section 54956.9. Closed section employee personnel matter pursuant to government code section 54957. And conference regarding real estate negotiations pursuing to government code 54956.8. And then we shall reconvene after we finish closed session. Okay. We are reconvening from closed session, and we had a couple items of information only. And I'm going to ask the superintendent to bring this in to share with us the third session.
Thank you, Madam President. The report out from the closed session regarding real estate negotiations regarding property 217-0110-006-000 with a motion made by Director Jack Turner, a second by Director Mark Anderson, and the following vote of 4-0-1. The board took action to move forward with the recommendation to purchase the property and renovate in phases.
And now we shall move into our the rest of the regular board meeting, I'm sorry. We are at item 8. Review information. Yolo County Office of Education Oversight. Epic Site Visit Reports 2025-26. We heard the report this morning. So, and you also got it. So there really is nothing there unless you have some other questions or discussion on that item. Hearing none, seeing none, and it is not an action item at this point. Just wanted to bring it to our attention that we did receive the oversight information about Epic. Okay, any other discussion on that? Any questions, comments? Hearing none, moving on. We are now down to item 9, consent agenda items. And I will go over those very quickly. Adoption of the GCC board meeting minutes, 7/28/2026. Personnel consent agenda. Approve purchases over 30,000 and approve disposal and surplus technology. Those are the 4 consent agenda items that we have on our agenda right now. I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
So move to approve.
Second.
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 Any discussion? We have 1 second, Bruce, give a second. Any discussions, questions, information? Hearing none, roll call. Mr. Mark Anderson,
Yes.
Mr. Harry Block,
Yes.
Mr. Bruce Mandrick,
Yes.
Mr. Jack Turner,
Yes.
Lily Campbell, yes. The consent agenda items have been approved unanimously. We are moving down to personnel. Item 1, approved resolution 2026-2705 and resolution 26-2706 teachers assignment and misassignment monitoring for school year 2026-2027. You received that information in your packet and you saw that there were 2. So any other, okay, I'll entertain a motion for approval.
Move approval.
Move approval. I have a second.
Second.
Okay, I have seconds. All right. Any other discussions, comments, questions? Hearing none, roll call. Mark Anderson.
Yes.
Harry Block.
Yes.
Bruce Mandrick.
Yes.
Jack Turner.
Yes.
Lily Campbell. Yes. So item 1 has been approved. Item 2, approved health and other insurance benefit plans 2027 and employee contribution amounts. You received that information also in your board backup. I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
So moved, thank you.
Second.
And second. Any other discussion, question, comments on that item? Hearing none, seeing none, roll call. Mr. Mark Anderson.
Yes.
Harry Block.
Yes.
Bruce Mandrick.
Yes.
Jack Turner.
Yes.
Lily Campbell, yes. So those items, the consent agenda items and personnel have been approved unanimously. Okay, we are down to board comments.
Just brief comment, the kickoff meeting was fantastic, as was discussed earlier in our agenda. I did want to let the board know that we got a good response from the one-time stipend, 4% stipend. And so I just wanted to pass that along to everybody who was not there.
That's great. Thank you, thank you. Any other comments, board members? I did not make the opening, but I visited two schools. We visited Epic and GIS. And I was thrilled to see everybody in place, students in place, everything was working, just humming along nicely. It was two great visits at Epic and also GIS the very next day. And I will be getting with the superintendent and making more visits. And again, the visit this morning to COA Middle School Science was very good. I mentioned it earlier, but it was so great to visit and to see kids and staff in place and everything just working as it should be. So that was great.
Yeah,
Yes.
I went to HLA overnight and I went back to what night was it?
The back to school night or back to school Thursday?
Yeah. So it was nice. I mean, there was a lot of kids over.
Yeah, as I mentioned earlier today, the behavior piece, students really on task. It was so great and it seems to be working very well from the schools that I visited so far. It really looks good out there. That's all I can say. Our next board meeting,
A special board meeting will follow right after today.
we have a special board meeting and then our regular board meeting.
On Tuesday, September 15th.
September 15th.
Correct.
Regular board meeting, the next regular board meeting, September 15th. And we will have, as soon as I close out this, we will have a special board meeting for a few minutes, so please. So with that, I will now.
So Madam President, just on behalf of staff, we want to thank the board so much for your engagement during the retreat. I also want to just publicly affirm my team who did a phenomenal job of their presentations and managing the workload today. And also want to congratulate Lydia for managing her first board workshop.
Yay.
So great job, Lydia.
About to celebrate her birthday too.
Yes, try to celebrate her birthday and all, so. Again, and then Madam President, I think you had a comment on the personnel consent that you wanted to draw particular attention to the two new staff members. So I'll go ahead and do it.
Yes, would you do
So,
that, please?
On your personnel consent agenda board, you did ratify both
yes.
Lydia moving into the executive assistant
yes,
superintendent's role.
I almost have, would you please stand so you can be recognized? That's all right, I want to ask you to do that. But we are very, they never do anything I ask them to do. Like stand and bow and all of that. But we are so very happy to have Miss Lydia back. And I told her she's back and she will not be leaving anymore. And she's here for good. And we're so proud, very proud, Miss Alyssa, to have you in the capacity that you're in. It's a lot of work.
It is, thank you.
And one of these days you're gonna come crying saying, why did I do this?
That's tomorrow on the
That's
agenda.
tomorrow. Thank
Yes.
you so very much, both of you. You do such great work and we're so proud that you are here with us in GCC, both of you. Thank you. So, and thank you for reminding me that I said that there's so much paperwork here that I don't know where I am today. I'm usually not this disjointed, but I'm disjointed today. So there's so much here going on, but we're almost there. So thank you. And now I am going to close out this board meeting and please remain. We do have a few other items for another special board meeting. So with that, I will entertain a motion. So move for adjournment. May I have a second? All in favor? Aye. The meeting adjourned. And now